Alan Begay. So we'll go ahead and move down to introductions. Honorable members of RDC, you'll go first. Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Begay.
Mr. Chair, this is
Honorable Daniels, go ahead. Introduction.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't know that RDC members. I don't know that Herman Daniels Jr.
We're getting we're getting defeated at this whole.
Could everybody please put your phones on mute? Thank you. Honorable Daniels, introduction, sir.
Mr. Chair, I was getting defeated. Mr. Chair, my brother needed that. But I don't Kilitsini, that is it. I don't ask God, brother, so now I don't Toyet Lini, that should say, not Kaden Nedo. I don't all jet, Todo, Shot, Todo, Traffic, Kendo, not to Ambanasis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Begay.
Chairman, good morning or good afternoon. Yeah. RDC member, Kudos Dadget, and I need Nan Slonky on the Suja. And he does a chair of this cheat need us another. So the 5 chapters that I represent are Low Mountain, Kachipul Gap, Salani Cutwood, Mauslini, and Mini Farm Seat. I could only say that's the Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. None. Okay, we'll go to staff. Ms. Begay.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, Shami Begay Shiedo Nakaden and Sean Petition, but she Tupani, Ada Shade, Ado Touching, Ada Chanel Dice, and I'm the Resource Development Committee Advisor. Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you. Ms. Woody.
Good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Yat Atlanta. Ado RDC members. Yat Nana Ado the Hashi Hata Askizi do the Isai do a good afternoon, Hit Schnidole. She Teresa Woody, Gero Taban Shot Bethelgen, Bashing Kia, and the Sherods and Janeda Chanel. Mr. Chair, what on agent down to see the yeah, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Chad Beta.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. She does not Chad Beta. Tubas as in Slido, Chise Basis Chindo, Kis Ani does it, Chiro, she does not. Office of Legislative Council, the ANASNIS. Yeah. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Beta. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, thank you. Colleagues, good afternoon, staff. Mark Freeland, the Shiro, the Clinic Totoni, so Kiani, a Bush's Chin Sandra Kindashi. I apologize for getting on late. I'm dealing with a dog problem out here in Crown Point. We had a young boy almost get attacked. So I'm on the phone with the chapter on this. So thank you, Chairman. Represent 8 chapters, Crown Point, Nodiscuge, Te'ai, Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Naiza. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart.
Oh, yeah, it's Nana Shania.
introductions. Honorable Stewart.
Tell topic at sheet one and what's on the Einstein and it's catching the best team, catching the street between the Chanel. That's all, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Let me go to Honorable Otto So.
Yeah, delegate Otto So. Naked Nanchland or Nanchas Hapa Bashin. And autonomous is the business and insurance. So, but I'm saying that's the same. Get to be on the line. Go on mute.
Thank you, Honorable So. Any other honorable members of the 24th Council on the call?
Yacht 8 Chairman Nez, this is Delegate Crotty.
Oh, Yatesh Mayaja, Honorable Amber Kennesbaugh Crotty. Could you introduce yourself and the chapters you represent?
Oh, yeah, thank you. So Kia Ani Nishledo, the Lagana Bashishin, there's Chini the Chedo, the Lagana de Chanela. Tohotoi the Nutshell, I represent Sheep Springs, Two Great Hills, Tolina, Sanoski, Red Valley, Cove, Gadiai, and Baklabato, and the Great Navajo Nation. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee members.
Thank you for joining us, Honorable Crotty. Any other honorable colleagues on the line? None. Hakushila will go to NTUA staff. Mr. Haas, Mr. Kuntz, Arash.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Nez and members of the RDC committee. This is Rex Kuntz. Arash and I will be on the line along with all of our district managers. I believe we have several board members that are attending. General Manager Haas is on travel and is unable to get on the line due to signal problems. But let me call upon my team, the district team here, to introduce themselves, and I'll start with Associate DGM Rainey Nelson, and then each of the managers will introduce themselves. So, Rainey.
Thank you, Mr. Kuntz. Ado Yat, Honorable Delegate Ricky Nez, and members of the Resource and Development Committee, and other members of the delegates. Yat Shea Rainey Nelson Yanshia, Kia Ani and Shle, Dash Tini A Bashin, Cut Tini A Dashatain, Honest Ajay Dashanale, Akut Ego Zan Shle, and I'm the Associate Deputy General Manager here at NTUA. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. Next. NTUA staff.
Yes, Yate. Good afternoon, Honorable Nez and Honorable Council delegates that are on the RDC staff and other members of the staff as well. Shea ya Dale Luna and Shea Ado Quaggy Red Mesa Setla Cheat has Kangi NTUA sub office Shea manager in Schleho. Ado don and Schlengi ya Tohe Cleaning Schlen. Ado Tolichini Bashishin do look at Nada Chanele. Ado a Tohanda Shichi. Otai the Nenschle.
Next.
Good afternoon. This is Jonathan Curley from Delcon District, Delcon District Manager here. Yate Hado, the Honorable Chairman Nez, the RDC Committee. I don't not on the audit. I not find out. I don't hear the Yate the still. Don't then sneak it. People taught me slunk. You know, on a bus is chin the class chit as a chit or shade as another. Quiet Delcon torch in the clinic. Quiet into a cut get into the administration and the field operations. Cool. Yeah.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mr. Nez and Honorable Council Delegates and the RDC Committee. My name is Gary Monroe. I am the District Manager in Chinle. She ya twitchin in shlo, touching basichin, another dashes she, ashing dashanal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Honorable Nez, Mr. Walker, Mr. Daniels, Mr. Begay, Mr. Freeland, Mr. Stewart, and then also Mr. Stoa and Ms. Crotty, and everybody listening on the telephone call. She yaha tudneshe de yaha shirtaz ado in shiani ge Cynthia Charlie donna and shtini ge tudich ni shon deschini bashichin not odnet hachini yaha dashinardo twatsahne edashiche.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Honorable Ricky Nez, all the RCD committee members, along with the other council delegates on the call. Wilfred Franklin Jr. in the Shia. I don't manage to my excuse me, don't manage to connect on the Abas chain. Last year, that's a Chero, Kelachini, that's a Mel. Shiprock District, Ado A Yahai, but how it's Zogi, Ebicadence, Edo, A Arjananishin, and all can then get a easy, but I'm not any sub office. I didn't done this, you could so Bicadence, Eho. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Next.
Honorable Nez. Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
And RDC committee members and council delegates. Shea Alicia Richards, Yinashia. Donna initially a toyhead leaning initially, though she had bushes chin, Kinslachine Dashachedo, Twitchine Dashanella, and I am your district manager for Tuba City District.
Thank you. Next. Mr. Collins, is that all?
Sir, that's the total of the district managers. I believe we also have Shannon Burnett and Luella Chi from our headquarters engineering. They manage large projects from headquarters, and I believe we have some our board members as well. So I'll ask if those are on the phone that they would please introduce themselves. Thank you.
Rex, are you able to hear me? This is Paula.
I'm sorry, Mr. Honorable Nez.
One at a time, please.
This is Rainey Nelson, Honorable Nez, and Mr. Coons. I just wanted to make sure that we get all the district managers. We do have one more district manager, Mrs. Paula Holion, and she currently oversees the Fort Defiance and Crown Point districts. I believe she had a bit of a problem with unmuting herself, but she's available now. Mrs. Holion, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Nez and members of the Resource Committee, and also Navajo Nation Council members. My name is Paula Holion. As Ms. Nelson indicated, I oversee the Fort Defiance District and also the Crown Point District offices. And I'm originally from Bird Springs, Arizona, and I've lived here in Fort Defiance for all of my life. I went to school here, and I'm here in the community. And I just thank you for this opportunity to be part of this meeting. Thank you.
Ms. Holion, what is your first name again? Ms. Holion, What is your first
Yes.
name again?
Paula.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
NTUA board members?
Mr. Chairman Nez, this is Sidney Dietz. I'm chairman of the board of the NTUA. My clan is Bitterwater. I was born for Anglos, and I'm happy to be here as a part of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, board member? Any other board members on the call with us? Press *6 to unmute.
Yeah, Honorable Nez.
Okay, this is Wynette Arvizo. Yat Honorable Chairman Nez, Vice Chair Walker, and Delegate Herman Daniels, Delegate Kealan Begay, Delegate Mark Freeland, Delegate Wilson Stewart, and also Delegate Crotty and Delegate Otto So. Good afternoon. Again, my name is Wynette Arvizo, and I'm Vice Chair of the Board. Hadsoy Einschlet, Hoyhedlini A. Bashishtin, Nanesht Ejet Hachitni A. Dashache, Katnesahni A. Dashanale. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Honorable Nez, this is and RDC members and other Navajo Nation Council delegates. Cheya Belindia Rocha Yenishia, Anad Nishne, Nashteja Speshishchin, Behajina Dashache, Nashteja Dashanele. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and be a part of this conversation.
Thank you. Any other board members?
Yes, Honorable Ricky Nash, Ray Holgate. I'm a management board member of NQA. And the part Nancy, Twitter Gene, Fashishi, Nana, Sapat, Shado, Hutchin, Edison, what I've mentioned. I say, Hostan, you don't need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holgate. Any other board members?
Honorable Chairman Nez, this is Bill Claggett. Honorable members of the committee and council. I'm the Anglo on the board. I live in Colorado, and I'm pleased and proud to be on the Navajo Management Board, NTUA Management Board, and thanks for including us in this discussion.
Thank you. Next. Okay, we have it from Speaker's Office, Ms. Yako.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Nez and members of the Resources and Development Committee, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melinda Arvizo Siako. I'm a legislative staff assistant for Speaker Damon here in Winter Rock, Arizona, and thank you for having us on the call today.
Thank you, Ms. Yako, and welcome everybody that's taking the time to attend the RDC NTUA leadership meeting. We have some very important discussions to discuss throughout the afternoon today. So the purpose of our meeting today is to receive an update report from NTUA with regards to ongoing power line project schedule, Light Up Navajo Nation schedule and potential lists, ARPA requested for individual projects, including existing projects, and Light Up Navajo Nation. Number of families need update on meters for utility connection, as well as estimate of all existing power line projects and time to complete those projects. And will ARPA projects continue to delay other projected funded by other funding resources? So we'll have a major discussion all perhaps most of the afternoon today. We do have an agenda. So the presentation will begin with the ongoing power line project schedule and perhaps have a discussion on that first. So Mr. Kuntz, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you again. We appreciate that. I believe Arish has a summary of the report that we normally present, which we were prepared to present at your last meeting. So I'll call on Arish to go ahead and make that presentation. Following that presentation, we have one of our district managers that will cover the projects that are in the district offices, both those that are currently in process and then those that have been completed since January to present. We will have another district manager that will cover some of the challenges and hurdles and roadblocks that we face in executing these projects. And then we will have the headquarters engineering group be a little bit more in-depth and specific about the projects that they manage. Those projects do get released to district offices. They get released to the 5 headquarters crews, and then for larger projects, they're contracted out. And that will conclude our presentation, and we will open at that point for questions. So I'll turn it over to Arish at this point. Arish?
Thank you, Mr. Kuntz. Mr. Molemi, you're up, sir.
Yes, sir. Honorable Chairman Nez and members of the Resources Development Committee, other council delegates and leadership, and NTUA Management Board members and staff, and other guests, thank you for allowing NTUA or scheduling this leadership session with NTUA and the RDC. Arish Nathan Moalme Yenishe, Tohailini Nishle, Persian Clan Bashichin, Kia Ani Dashiche, and Persian Clan Dashanali. So I will start on the presentation as far as on the first item on the ongoing power line project schedule. As part of the documents that we submitted to RDC last week in relation to this report, we did submit a PDF file, which is titled Construction Schedule for 2021, updated 6/30/21, and it's version 002. And I don't know if you have a copy of that or if you need a minute to pull it up.
Arish will look for the email that was sent from Shami, so you can go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, so within what NTUA has been doing, we have been constructing power line projects. There has been no delay for other funded projects due to ARPA. So if you look at the first title, it's called EDC Projects Plan for 2021. We have a various number of projects within there. If you look at the total number of projects that we have as far as the NTUA crews constructing, we have 50 total projects that our crews will be constructing. We also have a contractor that we're working with, National Powerline, that is doing pole changeouts for the first and second quarters of 2021. And we have a project ID and a project schedule for each of their projects that they have. We have identified and scheduled for 2021. So this is more of a high-level breakdown of projects that NTUA has scheduled for 2021. And if you look at that, it's more on a project management schedule, and it's pretty much broken out through the end of the calendar year. It has broken down by the project description. As an example, the first project is Tisnospas, North Phase 3 Main. It has the responsible person, number of customers, number of miles of line, and it also, I think, which might interest or be of interest to the RDC and members of council, is the funding source. So if you look at the funding source for example, the first 6 projects, these are CHSN projects, funded projects. So these projects are funded under CAP-35-18, the CSN legislation. So we have not delayed construction of these projects, CSN projects, for any reason. We're continuing to schedule those and to build out those power line projects. If you move over on the spreadsheet, it has a construction schedule with the projected start date, an estimated duration of each project, and then a projected completion date of the projects. So we have certain projects. One of the funding sources for the power line projects is CSN. We have other sources of funding as well. If you go down to number 18 and number 19, those projects are funded by CDBG. We also have a BIA-funded project, and EPA-funded projects, and then more CDBG and OEHE-funded projects. So as you can see, there's a wide assortment of projects that we have scheduled with different funding sources, and we continue to schedule construction for those projects for through 2021 and possibly through 2022, depending on the projected start date and the projected completion date and where we're at in the process of building and constructing those projects. I don't know if we want to get into much detail of the actual projects, but we also do have Shannon Burnett and Lester Lee on the line. If there's any questions specifically about projects, I know we're going to have conversations about certain CDBG projects that are being delayed due to contract issues. I think they're later on in the agenda. Chair Nez, if you want me to address them now, or if you want me to wait for us to come to that point, just let me know. But I think with this listing, there's other issues that we can talk about, but I'll just wait and it'll be up to your discretion to see how we want to proceed. But if there's any specifics on projects or any questions, we can answer those questions or attempt to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kuntz, do you have an agenda before you, sir?
Yes, we have a separate district office report. We're prepared to present that now, if that's okay with you.
Okay. What we were planning on doing, Mr. Kuntz, was go by the agenda that we have before us. We have 1, 2, 3, 8, 9 topics to discuss, and we would like to just go down the list and have NTUA provide the necessary information that we need on our end. So, are you done with the first one?
Chair Nez, yes, I am done with the first item 3.1.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kuntz, next.
For the LUN schedule and potential list, we'll turn that over to Shannon Burnett. Shannon, are you on the line?
Hi, afternoon. This is Shannon Burnett with Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, the Electric System Planning Section. I did not get a chance to introduce myself, but my clients are Ki Ani and Shlon Zifla Bashishchin, Ziflana Dashiche, Zifla Dashinala. As Rex mentioned, I oversee the Rights of Way Department and the Project Administration Section, who kind of manages the community power line projects. In addition, we do have some coordination and management when it comes to Light Up Navajo 3. We have Light Up Navajo 3 scheduled for April of 2022. We have solicited volunteers from co-ops or investor-owned utilities who wish to participate and send their line workers for Light Up Navajo 3. We have begun scheduling them for Light Up Navajo 3. We still have slots available, but the interest is there daily. I still get calls, still get emails from different utilities that do want to send their line workers here, but that's ongoing and it changes week to week. As far as customer or residential connections, I believe you might have seen the most recent report that is called the 2020 Project Update Number 2 report. and I'll use those numbers because every week it seems like it changes. But what we have as total applicants to date is 708. Of those, 295 have completed applications, and when we say completed applications, they have the home site lease, which is a big requirement when it comes to the power line projects. They might not be feasible, but that's not determined until we get to the next stage, which is what we call the engineering stage. That's when our district offices will actually go out and visit the home, determine the best route, determine whether or not the home is feasible. And we have 119 at that stage out of the 708. Once the districts complete that part of the process, they'll push the project into the rights-of-way stage. This is when our office here at headquarters, the right-of-way section, will actually get the documents so we can pursue and acquire either an SLA or a tribal access authorization application for the customer. That means acquiring the necessary consents from the permittees if it's needed, acquiring the cultural compliance document from HPD, which requires us to do the survey for cultural resources, requesting a biological resource compliance form from Fish and Wildlife. Those are the main things that we have to obtain. If some of these homes are associated with a community project, then we would need a resolution. So we need a consent. We need the compliance form when it comes to archaeological or cultural resources, biological resources. We also need a compliance form in addition to the consents from the permittees where it's applicable. So we have about 152 now that we're working on. Again, this number's fluid. We could have some that have moved on to the next stage, which is approved right away. We have 65 in that category, meaning that we've gotten the approval from the nation to build these lines. At the time, we had 47 projects that were in construction, meaning that our office released them to the district to construct and build. And we had 30 that were constructed and in service. Again, this was as of the later part of June. This number continues, like I said, to fluctuate as we get new applications or applications fall off just because they could be unfeasible for some various reasons. Light Up Navajo, I know on our documents that we have customers fill out, we did say that the application deadline would be the end of October 29th. It's not to say that we won't stop accepting applications. We'll continue to accept applications at that deadline. After that deadline, we just want to encourage the public and customers to sign up for the service as soon as possible because, as you know, it does take a while for an application to get through all of these stages of the project and get it ready for construction. We haven't talked about house wiring, or we haven't reported house wiring at this moment. That's another item that could prevent a customer from getting connected, but I understand that's going to come in the latter part of this presentation. So that's my update in regards to Light Up Navajo.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett. Shananta, Nosteniki, honorable members of RDC, if you look at the agenda, number 1 and number 2, do you have any questions on those? Shananta. Honorable Begay.
Chairman, the first 2 areas that were discussed, the ongoing power line project schedule. The one thing that I've asked the time when we were rescheduling this
Chairman, unless I'm neglecting to have that document. Ita Bahasi, how can they coordinate or develop? Because this is more of a comprehensive, which is okay, but where do I go directly to my agency level, if not directly to my chapter? Maybe the Chinle district manager comes on audit that's in the and that's the main thing that I'm trying to listen out for. We know that these are the issues that they continue to bring up as far as the ongoing process, but I haven't see or hear them making a recommendation, especially the clearance right of way with the legislation, the some of the emergency legislation progress that were in place. Now that a lot of these have gone away, I would think that we're back to normal. I don't know if Mr. Helona, HPD staff, any other area of the local office are online to provide the RDC of these situations that is being brought up by NTUA. Then we're just going to go to the HPD office again or Mr. Helona's office to ask, okay, that's another day that we can come back together with an interview. So Chairman, I don't know if Mr. Helona, the right-of-way processing staff, the HPD, and so on, I don't know if they're on the line to help us resolve a lot of these issues that we can continue making sure that these projects continues to go forward. And again, ongoing projects, certainly Mr. Malumi Yahazi and agreements at the as you know, that one of my chapters received some funding through CDBG, which is almost 2 years ago. Again, the impatience of some of our community members knowing about these projects, they continue to provide, ask for these update information, and I can only say that at the end of knowing that the funding is there and knowing that it's going to this specific location, but yet based on the industrial agreement, no, so I'm afraid that this will continue to go forward as well with additional funding. If we know that there's 5 million plus money was allocated for power line, but yet as of today, so if we know that there's funding that was allocated for power line, but it's taking them 2 years just to complete it, we know that we got to do something to minimize the length of this particular project. The NTUA says that, well, it's through CDBG or through a DOJ, and then DOJ, well, it's through CDBG, and then NTUA, that we're just reviewing the document. Community members, but some of them are directly sending emails to the president. So what do I do? I mean, does that make look like that I'm not doing anything or not helping them? According to a hashit halit la to ta hatil te to ben ya ki il te ta kwaki asa ko nabis has o khoshe sto shit snoda class ki go to recommend to court or you new facility for NTUA is being built. Be the shint at aya at the hot has go kwaki halit ado to be sita il te la utun so dan sa ke setida. Chairman the two areas I thought been his whole the ongoing power line project schedule. If they have the schedule, but yet the clearance and the right of way process is just going to be more of a schedule of adding more months or just adding another 20,000. 2022 that's at the bakat or lehatina dit atinde ago. And then the other one, the Light Up Navajo schedule. Why are we distinguishing a lot of these projects? Is Light Up Navajo. Some of them are being told directly coming from the NTUA management. They tell me that, well, that's going to be scheduled until next year, coming to 2022. I mean, why do they have to wait for the Light Up Navajo process? I know they're coordinating this with other companies to come in. That's understandable. I mean, why can't we just I mean, if we have $1 billion to potentially be allocated for a certain percentage of it, we'll get to Light Up Navajo project until next year. I mean, why can't we do all of those at the same time? We're just only talking about NTUA. We still need to talk with other electrical companies such as APS and then Hemis and then Continental. Electricity service provided. So I'm sure they're going into they're in the same situation in certain areas. And then the reason why I asked for this is that some of our chapters are in the NPL, Navajo Partition Land, though Adon Leja, Bennett Freeze, no, the Ajapa has Agogos, Aunt El Coton hit Nan Linigi, Kaya Hakiti Eo Koto. With that age, if you technically these NPL or Bennett Freeze area, there shouldn't be much of a consent because there's no valid grazing permit in that area. Correct me if I'm wrong on that particular situation. So I believe that there should be more power line quickly coming up in those areas. The checkerboard area from the eastern part, just at Kunana Testo, we really need to be more specific. That's what I'm trying to hear, and that's the reason why we've asked for this meeting. Or we can read the documents and the listing. Okay, what then? I mean, how is it that we're going to prove it? I mean, with recommendation. I appreciate the district manager. Maybe they can provide us more information than what's being presented by the management at Windward level. And the key thing that I continue to ask for is how they're communicating directly with the chapters, because you're talking about house wiring. Because right now, a lot of our chapters doesn't have enough funding to do some of these house wiring or with water line. The gate bathroom addition. As you know, that I've been receiving a lot of documents where our community members are continue to be given. If they want electricity, this is how much you have to pay. That comes out of the district. And I kept saying that why are we continue to tell our Navajo people that they have to pay a certain amount of funding just to get electricity. In the management, why are the district continue to do this? They're developing these, or unless you could just say that, well, this is how much it's going to cost, but we'll be picking up this cost through the CARES funding, or the opera funding that Janita. Now, the latest that I've encountered with a community member was that I even make a decision to pay on my own to get the electricity, but yet I was told that they're going to get to me until the following year. So what's the purpose of even paying? But yet I'm being told that they're not going to get to me until a year later. So these are the area and these are the situation that we're dealing with. Go out into a management, into a district. I'm not making any negative or talking down on anyone. I'm just trying to help and say that, okay, what is the solution in streamlining this process so that we continue to get these electrical lines to our Navajo people, even not just the Navajo people, but some of our infrastructures, just like a tower in one of my chapter. These it's just being generated by a generator. No, the power. Why can't we get the electricity to that location? Because there's a agreement is being worked out between NTUA and the telecommunication companies. No, I mean, what's there to agree on? I mean, all these funding. Diga in that ashobin ha jos bank with the old nebibich and the whole year now quite the net electricity which a hotel nationaki or Joe quite that or wishing out who have based on Hanu quite master baby and they could up nebibich and the whole year none last on son such case a quite she some of my comments or bold statements makes a reflection on my committee. It asatishi ajar fahat then had adon sita case so yada shising it quite he keep in non good it chinka at that needs to it up but again, we really need to get this going, and then of course we need to have BIA at the table because a lot of these processes have to go through them as well. So a quite you see that's being the first two areas, the ongoing project, specifically by agency, if not by chapters. Because if I look looking at the listing, I know a lot of my are not coinciding with what I have and what we've submitted to NTUA. How did they determine that certain? Because I think there's a 3-year span on the projects of the power line project. I mean, those in dire need to get the power line for a long time. But some of those that are like they just moved there and then they have electricity right there and then. Chairman, other RDC members. So that's my statement and some questions because it really bothers me walking. I drive not on when rush out there. Like look at your don't run. I believe they were installing new power poles, which is understandable because they need upgrading their system. And my question only back to NTUA is that why can't you get these electricities to our Navajo people first before you upgrading yours? Could you base upon understand or heat or upgrade at our sago? Other could not not the destiny to list based upon state or based on her state or that's not needle list down the road on so than Sissy's case there. So the Navajo people getting the Navajo people to get the electricity should be should be listed first. Then NTUA can also manage to improve their infrastructure as they go, because as you know that 1.5 billion debt service and Lindy Kodo Happy Lanta see clean it that's on not your holia, which is based on Kodeno, that's all Ajugo, not estate and so on such case quite again. So what Ella Chairman did all tonight, that's of course we'll be here all day asking the question to some especially the district managers. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for your concerns, your comments, and your questions to NTUA. And first of all, with the rights of ways, as far as streamlining that process, perhaps the service line agreements, NTUA just really needs to follow the law. They need to pay for the rights of ways, even with this ARPA money. That's what the money is there for. And Navajo Land Department, General Land Development Department, Historical Preservation Department, if it goes through their process as well, they just need to give their input and encourage them to move along to be a part of the streamlining process for our Navajo people. So there's laws in place already, and I believe NTUA just needs to follow that law to get these projects completed as well and work with other departments. And Mr. Coates, could you respond back to Honorable Begay also?
Thank you, Chairman Nez and Honorable Kealan Begay. I'll try to summarize as much as I can with what I understand his concerns are. I understand how he sees things, and the question on upgrades to the system, there are upgrades that we can do because they're on existing system, and there's no need to go after right-of-way, so there's not the right-of-way delay in process. Some of those upgrades require pole change-outs because the poles are beginning to rot, and we don't want them to fall over and endanger people or livestock or whatever. The other reason to upgrade some of them is in preparation for putting broadband fiber on the poles. Some of those poles have to be inserted to a stronger pole that can support the fiber cables. So those are some of the projects that we're doing in advance in preparation for continued expansion of broadband. So there's several reasons why we do those, and for the larger power line projects to bring capacity to areas for projects that need additional capacity and power, upgrading single phase to 3-phase so that you can serve more homes down the line. You have projects that we can serve. We're getting right away to extend new line, but the existing line needs to be upsized in order to make it possible to serve those other projects when the funding comes through. So those projects are all done with some logic and reason behind them, and it fits together like the pieces of a puzzle. So there are reasons to do that, and some of those are projects that need to be done in order to make other projects possible. As far as the right-of-way improvement process, we provided at a previous meeting a listing of 9 items that we made suggestion of changes that might advance the process. Most of those are not within areas that NTUA has jurisdiction or control. It has to do with the current law and regulation or with the practices within the departments that process these rights-of-ways. So the cost of right-of-way is in 2 categories, and I just want to try to see if I can clarify that somewhat. As you know, this committee, along with others, and the council as a whole, has had dialogue with regard to the right-of-way process, and there has been attendance by Land Department, the GLAD office, HPD, Fish and Wildlife, and others who have made comment with regard to their part of the process. They all have an interest of trying to preserve and protect the items that they're given charge with, and I believe many of them have tried to work with entities to understand and streamline and create a more practical process again, those changes are bound by certain laws, both federal and Navajo Nation law. Those are where legal has to get involved to say whether it's possible to change those laws and those regulations and still preserve the interests of those that the items that they're looking out for. So we're continuing to have dialogue with those entities to see if we can create change. As I mentioned, we have provided some recommendations. There are things that we can't act on independently as NQA. They have to be acted on by those that have jurisdiction and control. So we'll continue to offer those and continue to try to keep those dialogues open so that we can get to the service to the project. With regard to why some projects may be put off to a later date, it's not that they're being set aside. We are pursuing rights-of-ways and clearances, and those processes take time. The service line agreements for the short systems are shorter, and that's one reason why we're recommending pursuing the shorter lines first. The longer lines, where there's a community project serving multiple homes or extension of a long line, those go back into the normal right-of-way process, which is a longer process. That's the process that takes months. So some of those projects newly envisioned may not have right-of-way completed within a year. They may be 9 months to as long as 18 months to get those clearances. The cost of the right-of-way is to get archaeological surveys done by a qualified archaeologist, biological surveys done by qualified biologists, legal surveys done by certified land surveyors. All those documents are put together and they go through another review process within the nation to get archaeological clearance and biological clearance, and then eventually the right-of-way approval. And in certain instances, the nation has the ability to grant the right-of-way, and then others still have to go before BIA, which is another extension of time. So that's the cost of establishing a right-of-way. The other cost that comes up is a cost to rent or trespass fees, whatever, some type of lease fee that the land department will assess the value of the land, and they ask for a fee based on the value of the land that could be an annual fee, which means it's an ongoing cost. And if that's an ongoing cost, then it may eventually affect the rates, because we have to recover those costs, not just NQA, but any service provider would have to recover those costs to pay those ongoing fees. So that would raise the rate to the customer. If it's a one-time fee, it just increases the overall cost of the project. So I hear, Chairman Nez, when you're saying that government funding may be paying for it, and it's a way for the nation to collect those funds. I understand that logic. I just present to you and your colleagues that it will raise the cost of the projects themselves, and fewer homes may be served as a result of that. But those are decisions and considerations that you as leadership have to make, and eventually if laws are determined that direction, then we have to comply with those laws. We're just wanting everyone to understand the possibilities and ramifications of the decisions that are made. So we hear the questions, and we try to provide an explanation as to the time frames it takes to process these projects so that they're prepared to be released for construction. And if Honorable T. Allen would like specifically to look at the projects within his area, we can sort those out. A lot of the reports that we do are sorted by chapter or by delegate so that you can quickly look through those reports and see the projects within your area of oversight and responsibility. So we definitely can sort all of our data with that, and even we have met with many delegates and explained their particular projects and have some very meaningful dialogue with them about the circumstances involved around their projects. We are moving forward with the thought that we will get some ARPA funding. We're trying to clear projects. We're moving them forward to prepare them for construction release. There are certain costs that we can't use our customers' money to upfront, such as house wiring, the meter loops, which are part of the house wiring, as those will eventually become ownership of the customer. And we're somewhat restricted financially and legally of taking money from our customer's pocket and paying for another customer's improvements. So once ARPA is approved, we do have proposals in ARPA to do house wiring, and rather than waiting on the chapter to look for outside dollars or to hire electricians, we would hire those same small businessmen and put them to work, putting into wiring once those projects are approved. So that's our strategy. We are identifying them. We know where they're at. We have money in our proposal to pick those up and do those. Not only just for home services where power lines extended, but also with those homes that have a potential for solar power. If they need house wiring, we would also include those in that project once we get a certain allocation of approval. So that's my response to Honorable Kiel Begay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kuntz. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions on items 1 and 2?
Chairman Kellen.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Chairman, the consolidation of the Navajo, the Shinaki specifically, I mean, what is the plan that they include this into this opera funding? Because the last Light Up Navajo, maybe rather than just doing everything for free, maybe that would be a good time that more projects will be ready. What are has already planned that. Now, the other area that I've asked was meeting with the local chapters. What I have and what were submitted to NTUA is not coinciding with the listing that they have. So, when will they be updating their listing? Maybe have a timeline or some type of coordination that local chapters that have submitted of the project listing. Maybe I can continue to work with them because it's not on the current list that they have. Because power line for my area, one of them just indicates there's only going to be a few of them. And then also, along with the other question that I neglect to ask was that, I mean, we're focusing on power line. So why is there a need to do the solars? Those are scheduled to get the solar project on power line. Give us if they were to rather than having to do the solar project, why could they provide us data how much it will cost to convert that into a power line project? Because this solar that's going to, I don't know, I would think that it's not going to be much of a power if the area starts to grow from 5 to 10 years from now. the power line that you can't do so it deep in the power line other and the job other shade and then the what the not is done and get all using the whole. So that would be my other recommendation that this solar be converted into power line project. Chairman.
Thank you for your question there, Honorable Begay. And Mr. Coates, before you answer that question, I also have a very small follow-up question, which is in regards to the rights-of-ways funds. You did state that it will raise the cost of the projects. I guess what I'm asking, Mr. Coates, is if money was allocated separately, strictly for rights-of-ways, let's say however much is estimated for rights-of-ways, council could probably allocate that money separately, not to give to NTUA, but just for rights-of-way alone. That way, when money is given to you for projects, you pay for those projects. But the rights-of-way projects, the money for that can be, I would think that could be allocated separately, and I just need your recommendation on that. Mr. Coates, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. That's definitely possible. It's just a matter of who has the resources and manpower to do it and manage it. Years ago, Historic Preservation actually had archaeologists on board, and they did a lot of those clearances, and projects were requested, and they did those clearances themselves. And right away, the land department would go out and get signatures from consentees. Over time, their staffing, for whatever reasons, were reduced, and they began changing the process and putting those responsibilities on the project sponsors and project builders. So that was just a migration over time. I think physically it is possible. If that was given to a different party to pursue the right-of-way. And so just in the present day, without CARES, without ARPA, the nation did receive project requests from chapters, and they were for rights-of-ways. They were funded by the nation, was the typical process. Those dollars were put towards pursuing right-of-way. Once they were acquired, the right-of-ways, then it made it eligible to go after other federal dollars that were only to be funded for construction. So CDBG projects, typically the nation funds the right-of-way to get that established. Once you have right-of-way, then it makes those projects eligible for CDBG construction funds. Now, that right-of-way dollar was given to N2A for us to manage and pursue the right-of-way, to hire the ARC, the bio, get those done. But, if the nation was to hang on to those dollars and pursue the right-of-way themselves, they could establish those right-of-ways. It's just process. It's process management. So I think those things are physically possible with what you're relating. Just have to make sure that whoever that responsibility is given to, that they're also provided the necessary resources to be able to manage it and to accomplish the work. And we could be used primarily as a construction agent once construction dollars are allocated, and we would use our crews to build just like we normally do. So it is possible. It is definitely possible. Getting back to T.L. Begay's comments, the LUN was designed to try to bring in outside parties, but also to help the rest of the U.S. become aware of the huge need on Navajo. So part of it has paid off, and that more people are aware that there is a great need here, and that has helped more dollars to flow this way, even in CARES and ARPA. Some of the data that was provided through that process allowed them to see the need, and more money was allocated as a result of it. So educating outside Navajo, the need has paid off in larger allocations coming this direction. Using those volunteers minimizes some of the labor costs. If they bring their equipment, it eliminates the equipment costs. What it does is it allows us to stretch the dollars a little further to be able to serve more homes because we have volunteer labor and equipment. And organizing that is still something that's done to logistically to get all your resources in order, regardless of where the dollars are coming from. So with regard to estimates being given to individual customers, I neglected to answer that question earlier, but many of our customers were coming asking for estimates. They had been solicited by DCD to nominate projects for ARPA funding. So many chapters were coming and individuals were coming asking for estimates so that they could put those into those requests with the hope that ARPA would fund them. So we were providing estimates, not necessarily with the intent that the customer would pay for it, but because they needed an estimate in order for it to move forward. Now, there are some customers who do not want to wait on the process, and they're asking if they pay, could they pay on their own? The answer is yes, but it needs to be explained. Regardless of whether it's their money, CDBG money, ARPA money, CARES money, or whatever the source of money is, every project that gets designed still has to go through the right-of-way process. And oftentimes there's a misconception by our customers that if they pay out of their pocket, that they don't have to wait. And that's the part that's very frustrating for them to understand, that even if they pay, the project still has to go through the process to get the legal ability to build a line. So we have been trying to work with our districts to make sure that they clearly make that understood to the customer, that just because the money is available doesn't mean that it shortens the process. The process still has to go through the same process. So I think there's a lot of misunderstanding and misconception there. So again, the LUN, the volunteer labor and equipment, just helps to stretch the dollar further because you're not paying those costs. You can serve more homes in the long run. The right-of-way process, if it's funded, it could be managed by somebody other than NQA. Those are possibilities. So we're not necessarily saying that we have to have it or that we have to do it. We just want to ensure that whoever gets it has the capacity and the knowledge on how to process right away so that they can get it done. So those are possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Contz. Honorable So.
Delegate Begay.
Thank you very much. First of all, Ashwadit.
Ahwadit.
Okay. All right. I gotta say that. Yeah, not Chairman Nez, I don't the Resources and Development Committee. First of all, here in way dasin sabo nan shi bisai because ani dahit ne higi ya dasin sabo naha tanha sin digi do ba na do na sit ne leni ba tsin sto to be sakhi se be dasin sabo ne be Babaka Nashwa. Janshi to within the end, it's a give that if you're going to get water pipe to come into your home, there's a responsibility on the homeowner side. Or if there's electricity that's going to come through the electric meter into your home, there's a responsibility that the customer has. أو أجيك إحنا نروح أجيك الباقي إنها لون صعب شيء ويو شيء وتأشيك شدنا نحن. I really appreciate your time now, and especially with the drought season that's going on. And Yoshi, Nashi, so that the coach is so, and he best was any it we just not the clash. But you're doing your best to try to keep the power on and keep the services on for the Navajo people. First of all, is that with the issue of ARPA, and you have the COVID, the cost increase pertaining to the construction industry. We know that the cost of timber has went up. Just go to any lumber store, you can see the cost there. I bought a sheet of plywood yesterday at $56 a piece. The other is the cost of metal. And with these projects that you have on CHISN and ARPA will be coming up, but on CHISN, what is the cost adjustment that will happen to each of these projects because of the cost of construction going up? Number two is that as the cost goes up, is there is NTUA going to adjust the amount of citizens that or the individuals that they're going to serve on that particular power line extension? The other is that I'm glad that you talked about the costs and the cost of a power line extension. Maybe a power line extension that has 30 homes, and then there's a power line extension that has 5 homes. So indirectly, does the Navajo people pay the same kilowatt hour? Because the way I'm seeing it is that if you see a power line extension that has been extended on the project that has 30 homes, you know that the O&M money is there, the operation is made. So versus a power line extension that was made, constructed with 5 homes. So who is picking up the burden at that time there to pay for the O&M for the power line extension with the same amount of footage of the on both projects? And that's where I guess NTUA speaks about the feasibility, the need, and what is feasible and what is not feasible. And that leads to phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 power line extensions. That planning, just wondering if there's the Navajo customer that's on a power line extension that has a power line project that has 5 homes versus a power line project that has 30 homes. What is the difference do they pay at each household level? And in you talked about the issue of passing the buck on to the homeowner, and I think it's a privilege to have power at a home, and I think those cost adjustments are well suited and well justified because there's O&M that has to happen, which you spoke to, pole replacement and so forth. The other is that Alicia from Tip City Sub Office, I had a person who reached out to me pertaining to information to light up Navajo, and again, I'm not too sure who he talked to, but he didn't talk to the manager at first, but I think the staff must be provided some irregulatory information. So like Mr. Kuntz said, this person said, I'm willing to pay, but he had the intent that that once he pays, that it's gonna be completed real quick. And I told him, I said, that's not the case. And a lot of that, I guess, 101, needs to be conveyed to the council. Maybe a 101 says, just like English 101, basic, introducing it. And I think a 101 work session for the overall council pertaining to these issues needs to be addressed, because a lot of the council do not understand the right-of-way process that has to happen, especially like HPD, Historic Preservation Department. They have a responsibility, and Fish and Wildlife, they have a duty, and then the archaeologist, has a responsibility also. So how do all these things coincide, and that way council is not asking the same old question each time you guys come before council. I will guarantee you, whenever you present again, the same questions are going to come forth. But I guess a 101 session would be very instrumental, with maybe a quiz at the end to make sure to see if we comprehend it. The right-of-way process is very, very articulate and stringent on Navajo, and I agree that we have to find a better way to streamline the right-of-way, in which your program and other entities, the Indian Health Services, goes through, APS, the Eastern Agency Electric Companies. So but again, just I'd like to thank you guys for all you do for all you're doing on Navajo. And Edo, I just stress that you have convey proper information to the general public. Whether it's relating to the electric project, send a letter to them. Why, give them timelines of a certain project that is being planned. Send them a letter. That way, and you have some on record explaining why or where you are in the process, and that goes for the water shortages and things like that. So, I'm going to go back on mute. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable So. We have an agenda that we're going by. The first, we're on number 1 and number 2 on the presentation, ongoing power line projects. Because light up Navajo Nation schedule and potential list. And with these projects, we had raised concerns about the rights of ways, streamlining the process. After that, we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 to discuss. If you want to ask questions under any one of those topics, you're more than welcome to do that when we get to those topics. So back to you, Mr. Kant.
Thank you, Chair. Are we ready to move on to items 3, 4, and 5? I can have Arash cover those items.
Okay, Mr. Collins, could you respond to Honorable So's concerns too? Before we move on.
Is Delegate Elmer Pibigay on the line?
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for getting on the line. We also have Honorable Vice Chair Walker on the line. So, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, could you introduce yourself, sir? Honorable Vice Chair Walker?
Yes, can you hear me, Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Introductions, didn't I?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So, presenters and audience, our staff, and then Resource Development Committee members, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, colleagues that are on the line. Good afternoon to each and every one. Thomas Walker, member of RDC, and I represent Coal Mine, Cameron, Loop, Solani Lake, and Birch Springs chapters out here in Western Agency. Don the Anshinige Shing Hito, Betoni Bashishin, Do, Totsoni, Cheda, that's a dish Dashinala. Thank you for allowing this time, Chairman. Though I apologize for getting on and off the call here. There are other calls going on locally, chapter planning meetings, district grazing committee meetings, so forth, all focus on the drought and water issues, power, ARPA, some of the things we're talking about here on this call. Of course, these are subjects that are where there's layers of policies and regulations and funding issues and multiple agency involvement. Because the constituents, they just see the power line, resolution going forward at a chapter meeting. The needs are expressed and requested, and leaders follow up and so forth. Then it takes time, months and years, for a response of where there's development, power line, infrastructure finally comes. So the things we're talking about, no one really sees that sometimes. And certainly chapter leaders, council members, because of the election cycles, finally when some elected official gets a good handle on the processes, then they're not reelected, or they chose not to get reelected, and then there's a new one. Then it starts all over again, the learning process. So, but nonetheless, it's our utility company here at work, serving Navajo people, responding to the needs and responding to leadership. Although leadership tending to business on behalf of the Navajo people, our dear people, doing the best we can, and they're really, really patient with us, patient with the nation, patient with the processes, and so forth. My observations, just a few comments. Chairman, thank you. Go ahead.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, for that, and also for introducing yourself. Honorable Elmer Begay, could you introduce yourself?
Senator, members of the Resource Development Committee, and the people that are on the line, also the presenters on NTA, the Yate, Elmer Begay here. I don't know, Nash, is it Hapa, Hunslow, Cottage in the Bush, Sitting the Shado, Ashi, the Shanada, I represent Dalcon, Tisto in the Wells by Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Let me go back to Mr. Kuntz.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to Honorable So, I understand he was asking about the rates and the charges based on length of line and number of customers. N2A goes through a process where the first thing a utility does, they look at the cost, what is called the cost of service, and that's an analysis that goes through what it costs us to deliver services and all costs incurred, and that comes up with a cost. And then it goes through a second cycle of going through rate design, and then the rate design tries to allocate those costs to the size of customer by rate class. So you have general services, industrial, commercial, and your residential. So many utility companies gather most of their revenue from the larger customers, and they try to minimize the cost to residential. So our challenge on Navajo and within N2A is it's a very rural utility. In Gallup, 70% of their meters are large meters, and so they have a lot of income, and they're concentrated in density. On Navajo, close to 95% of our meters are residential, so we don't have a lot of large meters to subsidize and offset costs for residential. So that makes it a challenge for us. But most utilities in the industry try to charge consistently by rate class, and they do not discriminate from one rate class within a rate class. So the question was, for those on a long line with few homes versus those that are many on a short line, are their costs different? No, their costs are not different. They're the same rate, and everyone is charged the same kilowatt hour rate as Honorable So described it. So they're all charged a fair and equal residential rate based on their usage of what goes through their meter. So a way to look at it is the larger areas like Chinle, Wendouraq, Kayenta, they have more density, a number of services within a small geographical area. So they do generate what might be considered a little bit of an excess in rate. And so that excess allows you to go into more rural areas and serve individuals. And I used to use the term radius of feasibility. So within a certain radius, you have the ability to recover your costs, but your density around your towns create the excess to go further out. If you can grow and build and develop your towns so that there's more things going on there, more services, more customers, and you create a little bit more revenue within the dense areas, it allows your radius to expand and you can go a little bit further out. So that would be a good target for the nation, is to try to grow the dense areas, your growth centers, make them grow so that you can stretch out further to the more remote areas. And for those areas that are beyond that radius of feasibility, where it just you're going to lose money trying to extend those lines that far out, those are the ones that we target for solar services. So I hear also what Honorable Kealan Begay was saying is, why don't we just go way out there and serve those people? Well, you can do that, but you're going to just increase your loss margin. And the other thing, from a physical standpoint, the farther and farther you go out, you do have losses as your electricity flows through the wire. You push so much electrical volume through that wire, but if you start trying to push too much volume through a wire that's not large enough, it raises the heat within the wire, and you lose some of your energy to heat loss. So you end up having to upsize and upgrade those lines, which is more costly. for few customers that don't generate the revenue to offset those costs to do that. So eventually you just get to the point where even physically the system won't support extending further and further without upgrading the core system. So some of those upgrade projects, as we've been dialoguing about, do need to happen in order for us to go further out. But you do reach a point where you're just going to lose too much money if you keep extending for few customers. So those are the targets for the solar. Now, we don't want to deny people the ability to get a light turned on and to power up a pump to move water in their home. So that's why we have the solar option as a way of trying to still meet their need and give them at least some basic service without complete denial of the ability to get service. Same way with our water systems. We do have water projects targeted to serve homes along with Indian Health Service. And during the CARES, we stepped into another arena that we normally don't do, and that's cistern systems. The utility doesn't get into cisterns because you don't earn any revenue. There's no meter. But because we have the engineering capability, we got into those projects so that we could serve some of those homes that are beyond the reach of extending the water line. And with our ARPA proposal, we do have the intent to look at the IHS unmet need list and add more cistern systems so that we can get into serving some of those individuals simply because we have the capacity and the knowledge and capability to do that. It's not a normal utility function, however. So we're using our knowledge, ability, and skills to deliver those projects with ARPA funds because we have the ability to do it. So we're offering that. With regard to his question on communication to the customer, we do track the customers in total as far as how many are moving down the process and at what stage, but we can also track an individual customer. So the databases and things that Shannon Burnett, Luella Chi, and each of the district managers are exposed to do track that data. And for an individual that comes in, we can explain to them exactly where in the process they are and how far down the process they have moved and what stage they're in. So we can have that one-on-one with the customer and explain that to him. As you look in the data, you'll see that we have several thousand customers in the process. So to routinely send them something is a pretty bulky and a lot of administrative cost to do that, just to routinely update them. But if they do have a question, they can contact us and we can go through and respond to them individually and tell them where they're at. So we do have that capability. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Combs. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other questions before we move on?
Please, Delegate Elmer, repeat again.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair, members of the Resource Development Committee. My question goes to Rex and your team there. We have a project that's ongoing, DALCON, Chimney Butte, John Jules area. It's been funded last year, so right now there is supposed to be constructing the electrical line to 24 homes, but it seems like it's getting very difficult because right now I know that Uvella Chief, from there we just got a letter from there on June 21st of this year, and she submitted the final cost estimate to Patrick Dalguy of the CDBG. So we assuming that once it's been paid, until they get paid, they can start the construction. But right now, our electricians out there is waiting for the pole to be installed by NTA. So he cannot put any meter loop on those poles, and he cannot complete the house wire certificate. And we've been getting notice from NTA saying that that we have to show all the house wire certificate before we could move on. But there's no poles out there. But our understanding that from NTA stating that we're waiting for the payment for the construction, and our chapter manager has been playing the project manager, trying to coordinate this. So I'm not sure why there's no coordination between CDBG and NTA, and we're falling behind with this. They just move up to in August again to start the construction, because we don't have those password certificate, and we so to complete that we're waiting to pay our electrician too. So it's really difficult right now. We don't know where to go, and we're just trying to set up a meeting. So how do you go about it? I thought you have a team there to coordinate that with the CDBG team from there too. So that's my first question. And then also I had it. It's been over a year now. I received a whole package from this one person by the name of Mr. Benali out in Whitecomb. He lives right there and adjacent to his mom's home. They got into COVID, so he got a trailer right adjacent to the home site lease, and he submitted everything, and even the home site lease signed it by the grazing official, and they were told that from the home site lease saying that you can just pay for the home site, the process, and then you can start your getting your power lines. But right now, and they were working on it. I had his whole application that we submitted, but right now that today, this past weekend, I ran into him. He said that he hasn't get it yet, and he's trying to look for the NTA lost the whole application. So he asked me if I still have his. I said I destroyed that because I don't want to keep it personal, all these information you have. So that's where we are too. I think with this light up projects. I think I don't know who will be responsible here, but that I work within Galcon NTA, but I don't know how they are with handling all these projects. So that's one thing that we're having a very difficult time. Rex, I think you need to get after their employees. I don't know who the project manager is, and I don't know who's really holding the project or over at Galcon that can help us. The customer's been going to Galcon NTA office, but there's hardly nobody there to really help them. So we just rely on you and then Ross, and that I did through by email. So that's my question, Chair Nez. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay, Tele. The Coronidans Kidigi, your question is in reference to your district projects within your district at Dilcon and what is happening within that project where CDBG, which is under Division of Community Development, adult projects by NTUA. My recommendation is to have Mr. Kuntz, since you're on the line, Mr. Kuntz, and your LDA, Elmer, perhaps you need to request a meeting to get an update on your concerns. Adiki, Akwagi, I believe that they need to respond to your projects, your questions, your concerns that you're raising. Adiki, within your chapter, your DILCON district, perhaps they need to learn to work together in that area with CDBG and Division of Community Development, which is under Mr. Dr. Yellowman as well as Mr. Dolgai. Mr. Coach, could you honor Elmer Begay's request to have a meeting on his project?
Yes, certainly. We do work closely with his LDA and our legislative liaison, Regina Martinez. She's also on the line, so I'll have her get a hold of Ms. Barton, Elmer, and we'll schedule a meeting, and we'll get everybody in the room, and we'll work through this to find out what we can do to move this project and answer all concerns and questions. Thank you.
Mr. Kuntz, if you would do that scheduling as soon as possible and perhaps reach out to DCD and CDBG as well, Mr. Kuntz.
Certainly, we'll make sure that Dr. Yellman's aware, and we work closely with Patrick Delguy, so we'll invite them to the meeting as well and make sure that everybody involved is in the dialogue.
We would appreciate that. That way, Honorable Begay could have some answers directly from the silos that are involved here from the different departments. So, also, on some of these projects, Honorable Kealan Begay had mentioned, and within his agency, perhaps their NTUA does need to have a separate meeting all within his districts there, the chapters and perhaps the agency, and really go over what the hindrances are and the challenges facing some of these projects and the reason why some of these projects are not moving forward. So, Mr. Combs, if you would also contact Honorable Begay on that too. Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Combs.
sir. We made note of it. We'll ensure that happens as well.
Thank you. If you would, Mr. Combs, you and your team may proceed on the presentations, perhaps 3 and 4.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn the floor over to Arish, and he'll actually cover 3, 4, and 5. Arish.
Thank you.
Mr. Nez, may I proceed?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Nez and Mr. Kuntz. I'll just cover item, as Mr. Kuntz said, I'll try to converge 3, 4, and 5. Number 3, ARPA requested for individual projects, including existing projects and LUN projects. I just wanted to make a distinction for leadership. I know the NTUA understands this, but when we talk about a Light Up Navajo project, when you submit a Light Up Navajo application, once NTUA has not received any ARPA funding yet, but if and when NTUA does receive the ARPA funding, those LUN projects will turn into ARPA projects, if that makes sense. So NTUA treats, every person, our goal is to connect as many Navajo homes to the electric grid. So those LUN applicants will be funded by ARPA if and when NTUA receives those funds. Now for the electric power line projects, I did send out it is titled, the spreadsheet or the file is titled 36-month project listing ARPA, and the date of it is June 4th of 2021. And what NTUA did, and what we lessons learned from CARES Act, what we did is we identified feasible projects that we could complete within a 36-month period. And the reason why we use a 36-month period is because we know the timeline for ARPA is December 31st, 2024. So we want to make sure that we have all projects that we can complete that we think are feasible or we think we can complete within a 36-month period. We identified and we put together a report of those projects. And that total proposal, the original proposal that we presented to council, was originally $1.2 billion. Now, talking to leadership once again, we know that we're trying to be sensitive of the total overall award of ARPA funds to the Navajo Nation. We looked at a prioritized listing of projects that we can prioritize, and I'll call it a prioritized listing, but projects that, kind of, I guess, moved up on the list. So that total number of projects is $707 million. And what N2 identified is we believe that we can connect 3,925 Navajo homes to the electric grid through the American Rescue Plan Act by the end of 2024. So that is our goal, and that's the number that we're using. That's internally and externally that we're communicating to the public and also internally. So how that's broken down is in year one, which is the first 12 months, we're projecting 1,125 electric connections. In year two, which is months 13 to 24, is 1,325 electric connections. In year three, which is months 25 to 36, is 1,475 electric connections. And the reason why I use months as opposed to year one, year two, and year three is because we're basing this off of the time in which we received the ARPA funds. So that's, that was one thing that we learned from CARES Act is with these federal funds, the quicker that that NTUA receives funding, the more projects we can complete within the parameters of the award. So that's our projection on electric, is that we believe we can connect 3,925 Navajo homes to the electric grid. Now, a few notes in there. Of the 3,925, I just want to be clear that we have not identified 3,925 shovel-ready, construction-ready Navajo homes. So this is an ongoing live list. So we're looking for, I've met with chapters and, and local community members. I know other NTUA members have met as well. But what we're trying to encourage is the local community, council delegates and leadership to have community members in your communities that don't have electricity to go into an NTUA district office and fill out a Light Up Navajo electric application for electric services. Because, when we go to do some reports in communities, they don't see a lot of electric projects that are on the list. And what we tell them is, well, there's still openings for families to receive or homes to receive electricity. So we encourage the community members to go and apply for that at the local district office. Another note on the 3,925 electric connections is through the CARES Act, we actually collaborated with other utility providers that service Navajo, i.e. Arizona Public Service Company, Continental Divide Electric Co-op, Jemez Mountain Electric Co-op, and Socorro Electric Co-op. So what happened is those utilities did not receive any CARES Act funds. So what NTUA did is we collaborated and worked with those other utility providers that are serving Navajo, and we essentially treated them as a subcontractor, whereby we funded those projects for them. If they had a home, let's say APS had a home in the Cameron community, and it cost $5,000 to connect it. Well, APS would submit an invoice and a project description to NTUA. APS would complete the project, and NTUA would pay APS to connect that family and connect to the electric grid. So that turned out to be a very successful endeavor through CARES Act. I think that was one of the highlights of NTUA collaborating with other utility providers, all in the name of serving, Navajo homes with electricity to prevent the spread of COVID-19. So that was a positive effort with other utility providers and a good effort overall. We expect and we anticipate, and we've spoken with other utility providers, i.e. APS, CDC, Jemez Mountain Electric, and Socorro Electric. Also other cities, like City of Farmington as an example. And we intend to use the same formula, same methodology for the ARPA funding, the ARPA project, whereby NTUA will fund those projects through its award. Okay. Chair Nez, do you want me to go through every utility and then questions?
Are you talking about the whole 33 pages?
No, I'm just talking about water line and septic systems next. I could talk about water line and septic systems. So through
Chairman Kellen.
Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay.
Yeah, Chairman. The water line, the septic, you have maybe have him finish up with the remainder that he needs to that's included. What he just referenced again, so that's other than the idea, Chairman.
Okay. Arash, did you get that?
Not quite. I apologize.
Okay, just complete the part that you're talking about. Leave number 4 and 5. Just wait on that.
That's fine. Okay. So if you go to page on the presentation, page 8 of 33, we have a breakdown of the water line and septic system connections over the 36-month period. So NTUA projects that it can connect 150 Navajo homes with water line and septic systems for the first year 1, which is months 1 to 12. For year 2 is 175 projects, and for year 3 is 200 total projects. And once again, the same idea, as you can see what this listing is here, is that there are, Mr. Kuntz and his team have, solicited applications and done feasibility studies on various applicants. We're still in the process of identifying names and doing feasibility studies in anticipation of receiving ARPA funds and getting those individuals on the listing. So as you can see, there's plenty of opportunity right now for families without, or homes without water and wastewater to put in an application and for NTUA to conduct a feasibility study to determine if we can provide them with those services. There is a criteria. I will allow Mr. Kuntz if he wants to explain that at the end of the presentation. But there's I'll call it, I don't know if the right term is a criteria, but we go through a process of determining if a home is feasible as part of the application of feasibility study. Next, on the actual connections to the Navajo homes is the NTUA off-grid solar units and electric power line projects, and that is on page 19 of 33 on the presentation. So in this, as far as the ARPA funds, if and when NTUA receives ARPA funds, we project that we can connect 250 off-grid solar units, or install and place in service 250 off-grid solar units in year number 1, 300 off-grid solar units in year number 2, and 350 off-grid solar units in year number 3 for a total of 900 off-grid solar units. As you may recall, through the CARES Act, through a very brief period of time from August to December, NTUA completed 300 off-grid solar units. Due to delays in acquiring materials, delays in logistics, transportation, shipping, we want to make sure that we hit those numbers and make sure that we have the actual product in place or product received in order to meet that 2024 deadline once again. So that's why we have to kind of limit our numbers here, because these projects are very capital intensive, meaning the units is the majority of the cost, and a lot of that piece is out of our hands, i.e. we rely on our contractor to, going through the RFP process, we have to, wait for those products to come on in Navajo and for our contractors to install those units. I also just want to make a note as far as the CARES Act off-grid solar units. We did have a Navajo contractor that was one of our contractors that installed these off-grid solar units, as well as provided house wiring for the homes that didn't have these units. Another important note on the off-grid solar units and the electric connections is that as part of NTUA's proposal, house wiring is included in the proposal. So if a home doesn't have house wiring, NTUA has put in a request, or as part of its proposal, put in enough funds within each, I guess, bucket to fund house wiring. So that's NTUA's responsibility. What we do is NTUA generally doesn't install the house wiring. What we do is we contract with local contractors and electricians to do the house wiring. So one of the benefits of the CARES Act is this is a creative, part of CARES Act and ARPA's job creation. We're able to employ Navajo electricians to work with NTUA and install house wiring at these homes. So instead of the money, leaving Navajo or, going off, we have actually been able to work with local Navajo contractor electricians to assist us with the house wiring for the off-grid solar units and also for the electric connections. And I think that is it. Well, actually on the broadband side is more of a comprehensive idea overall. If you go to I'll start on page 26 of the broadband services. As part of NTUA's proposal, and you have to go towards the bottom of the broadband on page 26, it has fiber to the home projects. There is, as we all know through COVID and through this pandemic, there is a great need for high-speed internet and cell services to our Navajo students, our Navajo professionals, our elders, and anyone who lives on Navajo. They expect these types of services now, and due to Zoom meetings, due to telemedicine, virtual learning, all the above, most of our Navajo people rely now on broadband more than ever. So what we've put in here through the CARES Act, what we did originally is we had 42 student Wi-Fi hotspots that were installed throughout the nation, and those 42 student Wi-Fi hotspots allowed for students to do homework at those locations, for individuals to do telemedicine, to check their COVID results, and for individuals to check their emails and do telework and whatnot. So those are still active and running and in service. We expect to continue funding those through ARPA if possible, or if the council wishes, but we put that as part of our proposal. And then we also put a fiber to the home projects across the nation as a pilot project, whereby, in the outside world, fiber to the home is becoming more and more commonplace. What we did is we put a few projects each year for NTUA to provide fiber to the home in its proposal. And we're looking to target certain larger subdivisions or communities, i.e. NHA. Navajo housing is a good example because you have a large group of homes and a cluster of homes in a tight-knit area. So it makes more sense to do fiber to the home and do a pilot project to connect more homes with that service. So we put money aside which will directly benefit Navajo individuals with better internet overall. We also have a myriad of other projects in broadband, but I just wanted to hone in on that fiber to the home and the student Wi-Fi hotspots that were part of the proposal for the NTUA ARPA proposal. And I believe that is it as far as item number 3.
Iris, so did you want Mr. Kuntz to add to that?
Sure, Mr. Kuntz, if he has anything to add, I would request that. Thank you.
Mr. Kuntz? Mr. Kuntz? Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions for Mr. Mawalimi?
Chairman Keelan.
Honorable Gay, go ahead.
Through this process, when will we be able to hear directly from the district managers? Kahola, Sato, other even the board members. All in all, Ashiki is another area, unless that goes down to the number 7 or number 8, the into a board of directors report. Okay. Let me take that back. Now, the one thing that Chairman Puto Bahanate Zihiki, and which I text the committee member asking that, I mean, why should we even talking about solar? We know there's fundings available. And that's another, I would say, excuse that if the power line, if a house is way, I don't know. I mean, if it's 100 miles, it's understandable just to connect a house off the on the Navajo Nation. But I don't know, is 5 miles or 10 miles be okay? They would want to come back onto the Navajo Nation. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, yes. But sooner or later, they know that water line at laws the national. As you know that we're about almost 400,000 population. I would say that there's more than that, because some people choose not to enroll, but that's beside the point. But that's how many Navajos that we have enrolled in the census. And if you talk about 80 to 90% of them living off on the reservation, I mean that's a plus for the NTUA. Improving their services and increasing their productivity of electricity and providing employment in a way. Chairman, that's the same thing that NHIS is saying to us. Community members, it's more than 5 miles. Tobato losito bigata o yupahato lehna ado hajashi tobach william de poto yo tochio ego to o dahite yo on chunda halle o hut edo le no o yeast he aden is not feasible. It's not economically feasible. O no ade benich ha ats kodik an electricity that akunana at all. It's going to lose electricity capacity. I'm sure that's the engineered in the chemistry or whatever, how you define the losing of the electricity. I mean, eat it. Every single day without we're losing a lot of these powers, but yet the net no, it would bring that up. Of course, what is the capacity that they're able to do? So I will be asking into a chairman through the RDC, setting aside Light Up Navajo, setting aside the solar project and nothing but power line projects. How much funding are we looking at? And if as I indicated last week at NECA's office, in that door, NECA Bashita Sidli, Chiniki, Ajibita Inish, no, Koko or Kate at the Ipon space or Ikohononde. These types of projects get the young the Kojiban Nahatoljish. Or what and Nahantlin, Stock Hodger. Eben Nago, I kept asking the question to NTUA. I mean, maybe APS or HEMIS or Continental is able to come on to the Navajo Nation and do some of these power line extension. But on Saha Kosiki by NTUA, let other companies do that for us. So it based on us at the Banti, if you indicated that earlier, us at the base of Banti, let them go through the process of what NTUA does, but once it's completed, then give the whole complete project. They could go into a which a $100 nature store. I call what I will stop because I believe that we're just being kind of like being told that it can't be done, or the bonnet are the only hit it. But the thing is that I believe that each and every Navajo cut or world cut will go a baby based on his whole cut. A call could the be it now see no as a baganiki the bonnet on the total big at the nabit niki the Yago Bishop based chairman. I mean, every Navajo were counted based on that funding amount, based on the population and so on. That's how much the Navajo Nation is getting. Now we're getting into the position of like trying to being managing of pick and choosing of which Navajo is going to be getting electricity or not. My position is that each and every Navajo should be getting electricity, no matter if it's going to be run. The power line should be running a good 20 miles. I believe so. I think so. So that's the one thing that I'll continue as we go, when we're beginning to start allocating some of these funding that has been given to us. I mean, this will be, I'll say that the first time I've indicated this was last week or the week before meeting, and I'll say this again, and then I'll continue to say this, that we shouldn't be even focusing on solar or Luna, Light Up Navajo. All this should be all in one complete project, and each district should be able to indicate that this is how much in my area. And again, how are they prioritizing it? Those in dire need to get aid to get it up a large, or just called in our area. It is good to see a lot of these improved projects or new poles and power lines. But why we're making it so hard for people to get electricity, or we're bringing up too many, I would say, excuses for Navajo to get any electricity. If that is the case, maybe I'll be the only one making that position to say that I don't want no solar, but I want power line in every home. A lot of these homes, their seasonal, no. And the one thing that the reason why they don't stay at those houses full time is just because they don't have electricity and water line. Once those infrastructures are in place, I'm sure these people will begin to live there full time. Chairman, I think that's one thing that NTUA, I'm sure the top management are calling all these shots, but I think maybe the lower echelon of the management is thinking differently, because they go directly to each of these communities and they make assessment or know about the each of the community that they serve. Each chapter, I believe that there's a minimum of more than 20 or 30 or 40 people needing electricity right now. And I appreciate NTUA doing some of them in my area, but there's a lot more that needs to be done. Like as I indicate, Salina Cottonwood, aje hut endish nisha ko ebe ben nashiko ko do hit ala atskisa ko do niso hit ada. I mean, if all possible, I mean, if not everything could be done by NTUA, maybe start for the Navajo Nation government to look at other companies to see if they could be able to just do the infrastructure part of the power line projects, and then they can even turn over all the infrastructure to NTUA once it's completed. This is one of the main areas that we're looking at, getting power line to the Navajo people. Sooner or later, you'll be or record that every time when I speak that, I'll be saying the same thing again. I think that's one thing that NTA needs to, I guess, take me seriously of what I say and how we move forward on this particular area that we're discussing. And then also some of the questions not necessarily me. I think you did respond back to me. I think other community members or delegates are still waiting for a written response of their questions. The reason why we say this, and I say this, is that we share a lot of these questions back with our chapters and our community members. Written statement to Winterog and back to the chapter. Maybe make it part of the record at the local chapter meeting or planning meeting. Written response to indicate chairman. So maybe that's another area that we ask NTUA to respond to, and some of the questions that some of our colleagues have asked at NABI, the question that they haven't get any response from NTUA. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Arash?
Yes, Chair Nez and Honorable Delegate Begay, thank you for the questions and the comments. I just wanted to make a little bit of a clarification on how we determine the length. We're talking about, how far, if a house is too far away to get electric services. And what NTUA does, as an example, if there's a group of 10 homes, if there's a group of 5 customers and they're 10 miles away, if we can connect one customer for every 2 miles, then NTUA will look to see if we can make that project feasible. However, if there's only one customer, and as an example, they're 3 to 5 miles away, what would happen in that situation is, our goal is to connect 3,925 Navajo homes with electricity. Due to the length of that one line going out there, for extended period, it would reduce the number of overall connections we can make unless we change a dollar amount or, extend the time frame or whatnot. But we're looking at it from different perspectives overall to determine, that's our goal of 3,925. If we connect past 2 miles, one customer per 2 miles, we couldn't connect the 3,925. It'd have to be lesser customers. Now, NTUA respects and understands that, that there's customers out there that are more than 2 miles away or a distance away. As part of the off-grid solar units, that was an ask. That was part of a dialogue under the CARES Act for the nation. We were asked to put a proposal together for off-grid solar units. Now, NTUA's ultimate goal is to connect all families connect all Navajo homes to the electric grid. It's a more reliable service. It's a safer service. It's a cheaper service. It's just a better service overall. And we share that same goal with you, Delegate Begay, to connect all families to the electric grid. But that is I'll call it, I don't like to use the word criteria, but that's what we're using in order to get our numbers, in order to look at, how many families and how many homes we can connect to the grid. It's something that we can, look at further, but that was kind of the gauge we use, is one customer for every 2 miles. So it's not exactly if you're 2 miles away, but there's a cluster of homes, more than 2 miles away, that it won't be feasible. It's if there's 5 customers and they're 10 miles away total, we can see if we can determine that to be feasible. As far as the infrastructure overall and using other utility providers, one of the things that NTUA is, we talked about, what if we bring other utility providers onto Navajo and contract with them to do work and then, transfer it over to NTUA or whatnot. That's part of the idea behind Light Up Navajo and bringing outside utility providers on Navajo to volunteer and do the work and have us, connect as many families as we can to the electric grid. One of the things that one of the things that we obviously might have to have a separate meeting on is really just the actual approval process for the rights of way and the TAAs. That's a challenge we face. I mean, we always talk about it. Why don't you construct more? There's families that need electricity, but in the end, the approval process, the administrative process of getting the TAA or the right of way is always a big question mark and always a hindrance. NTUA is open to having further dialogue about that and seeing what we can do in order to move the process along. You talk about, the CDBG contracts as an example. You mentioned that earlier. NTUA can't proceed with those CDBG contracts for Solani Cottonwood or Kaibito until we have a notice to proceed from CDBG. And we don't get that until we get a contract number from the controller's office. And we don't have that. So, NTUA can't proceed with the construction because we don't have what we legally need to proceed with the contract. And I hope it might sound like an excuse, but as Chair Nez says, we have to follow the law. We have to follow the rules of law in the Navajo Nation and federal law, and we have to go through the process. But I just want to be clear on the the criteria for the how many homes we connect, or what projects are determined or looked at to be feasible. The study that we're looking at, or the number we're looking at, is 1 customer for every 2 miles. And NTUA is open once again to meeting with chapters and communities. We've met with many chapters and communities. We've met with many of Delegate Begay's communities. And if there's any questions that they have, I presented directly to many of those chapters. If there's any follow-up things that we have to follow up on, we will do that. And if we didn't, that's shame on us. But I believe we did in many instances. But we'll continue to do that and make efforts to make sure we respond to the questions that are asked to NTUA. So NTUA is still open to meeting with chapters and meeting with different groups to make sure that their needs and their wants are part of either NTUA's proposal or some type of ARPA proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mullaney, Honorable Begay, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, I appreciate the response by Rosh. Yes, we are following the process. We will be following the policy, but I believe that a lot of times the Navajo Nation had waived some of these policies to get service to our Navajo people. So with that was some of the reasons why we passed several legislation to streamline some of these waiver process during the pandemic, which some of the policies I believe are still in place. The reason why I'm saying why put up a solar project, knowing that our Navajo people will probably be, what I hear is that Navajo people will still have to be paying an average about $100 for upkeeping the solar project. So if they had a power line, I believe that even though it's going to cost more, but I believe that Navajo people doesn't have to pay $100, but maybe less. On the other hand, the solar will probably be in need of replacement sometimes down the road. But however you respond into a management, and however you respond, my position will be is that we going to and we should be focus on extending power line to every corner of the Navajo Nation, no matter what the response is. And that's the reason why I'm saying is that I like to hear directly from the board management, and I like to hear directly from the agency staff what is their saying, and what is if it's directly coming from them. I mean, so be it. But nonetheless, I mean, I think that halit ala sato when sato di ada isi that's it all ko that's it edo or ko that's it ja la the da kuya that's management gi ta ho a ho ob ko ta ho ob ko ta ho ta that's on so dan jin tsi ke so do shi da shi e dan the all quit on sas ke halit out e la ai isi up isi zero ai isi out e na to on hit net asagi the question and the kitot halt out seeking and that's the reason why we've asked the board and the district manager to provide their input to me. I'm sure some will be hesitant to make any statement just because of any fireback of how they speak. I believe that that's a given. Or not or from the district manager, and I believe they have a better, probably some input or recommendation that they can provide to us, so that we know that majority of our Navajo people should be getting electricity in the next 2 years, 1 year. I mean, the 3 years I don't 2 years and not this cost stock or it is not and she look at the hospital, not the banana that the door we get announced on the projects on us not a net debt only. I call every chairman again. My position is that we should talk less about solar and Luna, but say that this is a comprehensive power line project we want to move forward with. And then also like to get an update of the listing of the power lines from each of the chapters across the Navajo Nation, if not the 5 chapters or the 5 or the Chile agency that I represent power line projects. Okay, Chairman.
Gay, are you requesting the board to respond to your question?
I leave that up to you, Chairman, because down at the bottom of the agenda, district manager's update report to give a cut at number 7. Then you got at number 8 a board of directors to give report Nabakat. Maybe if they want to, they can right now. If not, they can wait until they get we get to them, Chairman.
Okay, we'll have them if they're taking notes right now of all the questions from the district agencies. The board of directors will be taking notes, and they can respond when we get to number 7 and 8 as well. So back to Mr. Malemi.
Sure. Yeah, Honorable Delegate Gay, yeah, thank you for your questions, and I understand your position and the reasons for that, and connecting everyone. Everyone's entitled to receive an electric connection. It's something that maybe we could talk about further. I think it's, I don't have any authorization to make a decision either way, but I think we'll put that in our notes and make sure that is communicated to our core team, and that's more of a upper management, looking at that decision. So we'll take that back to our team. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable So. Honorable Otto So.
Chairman Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead, sir.
Chairman, thank you. Resource Development Committee members, Mr. Arish, thank you. All the staff at NQA. I wanted just to touch base a little bit on we do have Arish for working again with the co-ops. This is going to be probably, yeah.
Honorable Freeland, you're breaking up, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
I sound like the Verizon guy. Thank you, Nana, Chairman. I just wanted to ask Arish, or if the team, if we had any plans set forth in place to work with the co-ops again. I've got some really good feedback from Amos and Continental Divide, and of course, Socorro is a little bit different. But how are we? Do we have a plan that are we going to emulate what we did with CARES? And I think the co-ops are really looking forward to working once again with NTUA on ARPA. So I just wanted to ask that question, Chairman and Arish. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Malemi?
Sure. Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Yes, we are. We're intending to use the same framework that we use with CARES Act, and working with the co-ops as with ARPA. So if you look at the 36-month project listing for ARPA, and if you go to from page 14 to page 18, we actually have listed out connections that we're projecting with Arizona Public Service, Continental Divide Electric Co-op, Jemez Mountain Electric Co-op, and other electric providers. So we're actually slotting and allocating electric connections for other utility providers serving Navajo. So we have already started the dialogue with those other co-ops and providers. We are soliciting, once again, names of projects that they believe they can complete within 36 months, and we'll continue to do that. So that's something that we'll continue to do, and it's a partnership that we thought was very valuable and useful. It was a useful tool for getting Navajo homes connected with electricity, and we intend to do the same through the ARPA proposal as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malemi. Honorable Freeland, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, thank you. Yeah, I do. Actually, I do. I guess it really, the question really comes down to land and the issues of land status again. And it's really more of a comment, Chairman and Arish. I know with ARPA, with CARES, we ran out of time because of land and trying to gain rights of ways. And I'm real hopeful that, I was even thinking as far as asking for congressional help. And then the other one we need to really sit down with is the BLM. And I know working with the staff that we can sit down with the BLM and the Speaker's office to get this done. It's so important right now that we start talking to the BLM especially, and how can we get approvals. And the other thing is asking, do these approvals come from the Farmington Field Office, or do they come from DC again? That's always the question. The big question is, where do these approvals come from? Thank you, Chairman. Arish, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Freeland, for your concern, your comments, and I know that you're working well with NTUA as a shareholder there. Honorable Aruso. Honorable Aruso, are you back on the call? Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? None? We'll go ahead and give it back to Mr. Malemi on number 4 and 5.
Sure. Yeah. I'll move down to number 3.5, estimate of all existing power line projects and time to complete. For that question, I don't know if that is a question of all of Navajo. Really, when we talk about all of Navajo, we can just project out or estimate out how much it'll cost, and the time frame is going to be challenging because there's so many variables. I will say that, for NTUA and these projects, once again, our goal is to connect 3,925 Navajo homes to the grid by 2024. So that's one number we're looking at. I just want to be clear that, when we talk about ARPA funding, ARPA funding and NTUA cannot fund a CDBG project with ARPA funding. So when we talk about the ARPA projects, there's 3,925 connections, but we also have the CDBG projects in which we'll still be constructing as well. They have timelines, they have restrictions, they have requirements, so we're still constructing those projects. The CSN projects, we're still constructing those projects, and any other projects that have alternate funding sources or a current funding source. We're still connecting and building out those projects. So when you just see the 3,925 of what we're trying to connect through ARPA, there's additional projects, and we can give you I think the construction schedule shows kind of the master sheet of the projects we're working on now. And as you can see, most of them are other funding, well, all of them are other funding sources, i.e. CSN, CDBG, RUS, OEHE, or other sources. So the number that we're looking at right now is the number of homes without electricity on the Navajo Nation is approximately 15,000. There's different types of numbers. Once again, our number is based off of census data. What we do is we looked at the census data of the number of homes on Navajo. I'm trying to pull it up now, and I think it's about 68,000. Give me 1 second, I'm sorry. 101 homes on Navajo. NTUA has, as of June, approximately 38,300 electric customers. We have estimates of APS residential customers of about 3,100, CDC and HEMES. So, we're estimating that a total electric customers on Navajo is about 53,295. And simply put, we take the math of total homes on Navajo pursuant to the census minus total electric customers we know of, and that's how we get our approximately 15,000 number. So that's the number we're using, and there is a inexact science behind it. It's not going to be an exact number, but that's the number that we use, and that's what we base it off of, the census data and also information from other utilities and then also from NTUA. I don't know if that answers the question fully, but that construction schedule gives an idea of the projects we're working on currently. Moving on to number 6, if you want me to scoot up to number 6, will ARPA projects continue to delay other projects funded by other funding sources? The answer, straightforward, is no. ARPA projects are not delaying other projects that are already funded by other resources. So as you can see in the construction schedule, we have projects that are being funded by CSN. We have projects that are scheduled for construction with CDBG. However, due to the delays in getting the contract number and getting the notice to proceed, we can't begin construction. And then you saw also there's OEHE projects and also RUS projects. So the short and sweet of that answer is no, ARPA projects do not delay and will not delay other projects funded by other funding sources. We do have to, overall, like I said, each funding source has different criteria and different requirements. So in order for the benefit of the whole Navajo Nation and these fundings, we look at those. But right now, there's no, since we don't have any ARPA projects that are funded, we're continuing to construct the other projects that already have a funding source. Thank you. And Chair Nez, I don't know if you want me to answer. I know there was a question raised about the with Kale and Begay. I don't think it was answered about the focus on electric connections and why are we funding capacity projects? Let's focus on electric connections. I don't know if you want me to answer that question. I know it's a little bit out of turn, but it's something that I think is important for the committee to at least have some more information on that.
Mr. Bolimi? Anything that would be helpful in your response would be good. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So as part of, one question that Kale and Begay raised, and it's a very good question, is, why don't we just focus on all the money going to electric connections and not electric capacity projects? Capacity projects are improving the actual system that transmits the electricity from one home to I'll call it from one home, from the power source to the home. And through the CARES Act, we have connected an additional 683 families, Navajo homes, to the electric grid. We have increased load from students doing assignments from home, students doing school from home, workers working remotely from home, telemedicine through Zoom calls, through WebEx calls and phone calls and whatnot. So we have an increased strain on our electric system. In addition, we have additional broadband projects, right? We built out towers, we built out fiber, we built out water lines and septic systems and other water capacity projects. Most of those projects need electricity, i.e., for the water side, they need electricity to pump the water in the sewer through the system, right? As part of the additional load on our system, we need to make sure that our system has enough capacity to support the additional strain and the additional load on our system. So now we're asking we're proposing to connect an additional 3,925 homes on top of the 683 homes we've already connected, on top of the power lines and so forth and so on. So we need to make sure we put money or put funds and make sure our electric system has enough capacity to support that additional load across our electric system. One thing, of course, that'll do no good is we connect all these families with electricity, and our system can't handle the load, and we have outages, right? The system doesn't become reliable. Well, in that case, more people will not have power through these outages, so we want to make sure that we don't run into that problem. We want to make sure that our system is robust enough, strong enough, and our infrastructure system can support the new connections and the new load on the overall system. So I hope that kind of just helps give some information on why we do that. And it goes to the same thing on the water, wastewater side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any questions or comments on number 6?
Chairman Keelan.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Chairman, the other area for those Bahaotiki, the listing of all the projects, the septic, that's another area that I think majority of our Navajo people, again, NTUA is in position of upgrading all of their infrastructure, benefiting from the funding that's on behalf of Navajo people. Koko sata isns and saptipe so auto nette da koko sha hot ende da jensen sa koko sata hot on in six case d koko if NTUA is really taking advantage to improve their infrastructure across the Navajo Nation, the power line, their justification that they need to so that power will be distributed to the house. No, by yet here. I mean, likewise. I mean, the notion is that the meter I don't know what it's the responsibility of the Navajo people, the homeowners. No, indirectly, but I think NTUA need to take a step further. I'm sure you guys have certain policy that you can't just say that, well, from here on, what did I see Yego but see that go other one liniki dojo card dojo electricity the outdated product that be not still go quite power that I see but see the osha go to the nan power give it's on the hit other one give do gets go at us to cost I think that NTUA should go further in upgrading some of the meter loops, and then also some of the power line, wiring, electrical wires inside the house. Did improve it that they also should be able to improve some of these infrastructure that are attached to each of the house or mobile home. So I think that's another area that I would like for NTUA to sincerely look into, rather than just to say that from the meters, I don't know what we could say that as a council, this electrical power line infrastructure is the responsibility of the NTUA enterprise. The funding should be utilized only for Navajo. I'm sure that you'll have a different position as well. So you guys took advantage of getting this funding, and yes, there was a deadline and so on. It was out of our control. I think NTUA really needs to upgrade and install a lot. And I would think that you guys should also replace a lot of these street lights. In the latest one, I think they're more orange. They're more green color. That tells me that this particular street light hasn't been replaced yet. Out of these transformers, in some areas, to me, I think it doesn't look right. That power line does but yet never again that need to so board members other district managers I think you guys really need to go out and look at all of these areas. Because like I said, I know there's one area in my community is being told to cough up $10,000 just so that a power line from you seem to it's in not upgrade all now but trailer but you hate to give it so that ego $10,000 who has $10,000 I'm sure a small amount of our Navajo people are able to afford that, but majority of our Navajo people can't even afford a monthly light bill. That ego based on based upon even he will at the chapter house I think the partner that the shabbat did no the chapter meeting the name he just hit on the other managers and board members that ego quite get the negative septic system that either overflow into a replacement at that share that's a a lot of these health issues all year they confine Navajo people to their house of course that should I see how that dashboard or that at the septic systems again on here again I see don't hit the snow at the sneed. Don't get me wrong, but these are the areas and these are the things that I think that really needs to be resolved. And then I always say that how do I help? How can I help? Man hit the because I'm receiving some text to say that the mission that no that Corbin Machico Equator neck so yesterday that is not the naked now that it nonsense that and he get Yegan Juno Lagana Cassia Dafti the neck at Hatason done ko shita what nek ashitiyo yes chho ko nagan ka cha so ayo shatan ka na go di ko cha sa ki tso ko so ko nek ashiko hat ai ko do ba yes ko ada sato da to ar management nek ashiki the nicety sa gi da ye ko aj job be yes to the chapter what ada sa no to da shi to ho net za to ko don fit o ta da hu na de an ki jo the nan linigi be da store this aj management and linigi to the local community in the chapter. Chairman, yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Arash?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Nez and Honorable Delegate Begay. I can respond to the question of the meter loop upgrade. And I know that you raised this before, the meter loop upgrade question. And quite frankly, when NTUA originally looked at the CARES Act projects and the American Rescue Plan Act projects, just strictly because it came forth to us pretty quickly, we looked at connecting homes that don't have electricity. That was our focus. Just connecting families currently without electricity to that home. That was our focus of getting those families with connecting those families with electricity. So we didn't really look at the meter loop upgrades or the amperage upgrades. So that was strictly one of the reasons why we haven't done that. And then also too, we just haven't had that much interest in it overall from the feedback that I've received. Maybe others have had different feedback. So my understanding, it's not allowable. So I think it's allowable. So I just have to talk with the team to see what if that's the interest overall. But from NTUA's perspective, our focus was on the connection side was connecting families that didn't have electricity to their home with electricity. As far as any district questions or the district office questions, I'll delegate that to Mr. Kuntz or Miss Nelson. Thank you.
Thank you. Nanta, I believe we can go down to number 7 and have the district managers provide their updates and see what they have to share with us. So we'll start with the Red Mesa, Mr. Luna.
Oh yeah, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. In Red Mesa, in our district, we cover the communities of Mexican Water, Todaheta County, Costa del Eco, Montezuma Creek, Aneth, Tisaspas, Red Mesa, Sweetwater, and Patlapato. Those are the areas or chapters that we oversee. Red Mesa itself, the office here, is still a very small office in comparison to some of the other offices that we have. We have a total of 10 employees here, 4 of which are in the electric line department. 3 of which are in the electric line department, and 4 are in the water and wastewater area of expertise. We do have a customer care agent and a billing clerk that is here in the office with me. So a lot of these projects that are in our area here, we are constantly trying to keep up with the workload of serving new customers, of taking care of the existing customers that we have in our area, trying to keep the systems operating like they were initially designed to do so. It doesn't do a whole lot for us from a personnel standpoint that we've acquired the former Rocky Mountain electric power system in the Utah portion of our area here. I think at the time when we took over the system or purchased the system, we received over 1,200 new customers with that. So that's not an excuse, but at the same time, we do have ongoing projects that's constantly changing. Right now, from what I could see, we have about 43 projects that are released in various stages in our area, Powerline projects. These are Light Up America projects. We have about 120 or so that are identified for electric line extensions and services, and hopefully we can get these taken care of under the ARPA, with the ARPA funds, and so that's kind of where we're at. We have completed the some of the community power line extensions over in the T-Response area, as well as over in the Aneth areas. We've been able to complete those projects. The latest one being in the T-Response area, where we were able to pick up, I think, 24 customers with that project. So I think a lot of it, from what I heard from the delegates and the committee members, we both on each side have a lot to learn. I think the more we can educate each other and try to work with each other, I think, we can have a mutual understanding of what to educate the customers and the public out there of what N2A can do, what it can't do, and what some of these things can be done in a reasonable time frame. I think some of the issues across the nation that I have seen over the years is that it just seems to me like the land disputes among our Navajo people are increasing. We seem to be running into those kinds of walls, as we talked about, trying to target new areas to serve, new homes to serve. That issue always seems to come up, and it delays projects, it delays funding sources and things like that. I know that the council, they're being pressured by the constituents to receive these services. From N2A's viewpoint, we have to take a more of a methodical approach, in respect to trying to just serve everybody out there. What is it going to do to our system, as Mr. Malini alluded to earlier? How do we get by these land disputes? What kind of impact does it have in terms of N2A's ability to secure future loans and funds to continue to operate upgrades and trying to meet the capacity needs of the people out there? So I think those are some things that that we try to look at as these projects come up. What do the funding agencies, how are they going to view a particular project? So those are some things that we often and regularly come up against, as well as in addition to trying to work through the nation's approval processes, the rights of ways and the archaeological clearances and those kinds of things. So it's a constant juggling act, and we are trying to do the very best that we can for our people. We know we are doing it for our people, and we know the importance of having these utilities available, especially for the younger folks. They expect more, and they expect internet service and phone services to be available. And so, that's something that we're constantly up against and trying to butt off bite off pieces that we can chew on. And that doesn't excuse us from not trying to serve anybody else, but, trying to do our best to take care of the customers that we have right now. And there are issues out there, especially here in our area. We have issues with our water system, the wells that have been drilled to serve these people, to serve our people. This area contains arsenic. So therefore, we have decided to purchase water from the city of Farmington. So, those are ways that, we've been trying to work with, outside entities and with our own people and, with the local government officials here in our area. But I do agree that, going back to an earlier comment, that there's a need for more education and N2A 101, if you will, that needs to take place, and I totally agree with that. So anyway, that's kind of what I have right now, at least from Red Mesa.
Thank you, Mr. Luna. Now we'll go to Mr. Paul Holion.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Nez. I oversee Crown Point sub-office. We have 24 positions there. We cover 23 chapters, and basically what we prepared today was just in reference to what major projects that we have. So I believe you have in your handouts the current capital projects. This is just from January to June. This is what we were told that the RDC committee wanted from the district offices. So for Crown Point, we have 14 completed projects and 29 in process, meaning that they could be construction in progress or in the right-of-way stages. For Fort Defiance, we have 93 completed and
Ms. Holion? Ms. Holion,
yes.
Could you turn up your volume on your phone? Thank you.
I have it as high as I can get it. Can you hear me?
Okay, it's very light, but I hear you better now, so thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so what we were prepared to speak to is what we oversee as far as projects. So we have your everyday walk-in customers. Those are residential projects and the small line extensions, and also the system upgrades as it was referenced. So those that move forward to a cost estimate after the initial assessment is done, whether it be feasibility or routing and designing a line according to what the customer is requesting, we go ahead and move forward with a cost estimate. They're given up to 90 days before the estimate is voided. And in between there, once they make payments, that begins their process. Very similar to the projects that we're talking about with Light Up Navajo and the forthcoming ARA projects. The same prerequisites are required, and we hear you loud and clear on some of the delays and some of the hindrances, and I believe we're going to discuss those in detail towards the end of our presentation. But we are doing all of the footwork for all of the projects that come through that are related to residential and to chapter projects. So when a conference takes place with Shannon and her group, then we're invited, and we are to get quad maps and to work with the customers in identifying Latin longs and developing the service line drawings and so forth, so that the headquarters staff can proceed forward with an estimate that would be inclusive of all the right-of-way costs based on the footage of line and the types of upgrades that may need to be included in order for the project to be feasible. In the page 2 of 7, we wanted to share what we do as districts. So we have a little bit different scope. There were some comments that were made on Oshakeo and Dalshnish. I wanted to clarify and educate that the district is really charged with once a project is in service and we now have a full-time customer generating a bill, maintenance. So we have to maintain the systems, and our biggest challenge is the aging infrastructure. We have the IHS 121 projects that have been built through the last 50, 60 years. And we do the upkeep of those lines, and when we have breaks, we have to budget through a lengthy budget process, which is an annual process. So every day we have an influx of customers. For my district, for Fort Defiance, I average 236 to 250 per week of customers coming in. That's not including those that are paying. So through the notification process, we're addressing the requests, as Mr. Allen indicated. Transformers, auto, if customers are experiencing power fluctuations, usually it's going back to a dilapidated, outdated service entrance. So we work with our customers, and what I really appreciate that management has allowed us to do is work with our customers. If there is a replacement that needs to take place or they want to do a new line extension, we work with them to make down payments, and we will, once they have enough down for the right-of-way, we'll proceed with that. Auto line extension, they don't want to go through the process of LUN, but that's where we try to educate them that there's funding available. Whether they pay or through the funding, the right-of-way process is still the same challenge and the same length. So we work with our customers very closely. Of course, the main thing that we're charged with is the operations and the maintenance side. Of course, for both districts, we have to maintain the tanks and the wells. We also have the routine sampling. Every month we're given an X number of samples that we're required through the regulatory oversight to provide the sampling, and we try to get that all done by the 15th and no later than the 20th, because if we have to resample, we have only 5 days. So we really have a lot of challenges with regulatory and compliance matters. With the RUS, we have to provide our monthly maintenance reports that we are going out and conducting system analysis, the same with the substations. So we have a lot of maintenance items that we're charged with, especially now through the drought. One of our major tasks is to make sure that we're assessing all of our water wells to make sure that they're pumping where they should be. And with the additions of the watering stations, the capacity issue is a daily challenge and a daily check for our water personnel. We're charged with the monthly billing process. Each week on Wednesday, we're all across the board required to collect meter readings and to make sure that the billings are uploaded and that bills can be sent out to customers. So that's a weekly process. We're charged with collections. We're also having the interface with the customers. With this Light Up Navajo application and requirement process, it takes literally 45 minutes to work with a customer to go through the eligibility requirements and to educate them on what the steps will be. So each one of them is certified by the project supervisor or district manager. So for Fort Defiance, we have 242 under LUN, and for Crown Point, we have 52. Of those 52 inquiries, only 4 have completed their whole prerequisite, and 3 of them have home site leases. And so there's a big challenge that we will discuss in a later slide regarding moving our customers along. And in Fort Defiance, out of the 242, 190 have completed the prerequisite, and 52 are in right-of-way. So, or 90, I'm sorry, are in right-of-way. So we have had some moderate progress with approvals of right-of-ways, and we're at the point where we have 28 that are approved, and 18 of them have been completed. And Friday, we received 8 more notice to proceed. However, we have to still coordinate with homeowners on their affidavits of house wiring compliance and to schedule the service entrance inspections. So this is this pie chart kind of tells you what collectively the districts are engaged in as far as the maintenance orders that we're charged with. Otto, on page 3 of 7, those are the current preventive maintenance program orders that we're dealing with. So about 3 or 4 years ago, we implemented a mandatory plant maintenance program, and each year we have to finish completing all the exercising of valves. And for Fort Defiance, out of the total there, we've completed 508, and we have 1219 left. So Fort Defiance covers electric and natural gas for Crown Point. Crown Point is charged only with water and wastewater. So natural gas and electric. Fort Defiance covers our own systems and also those that are in the Crown Point territory. We work on those. So as Dale indicated, you know, we all collectively have similar issues and concerns, and that's the piece that I would like to shed some light on. The lack of customer documents or actions on checklists. So our checklist for LUN basically is a prerequisite that Shannon and the project team from headquarters developed. In order to get through the Navajo Nation's process, they're requesting that we have a home site lease or a home site lease application receipt in order for it to be considered feasible and uploaded. As Dale mentioned, there's land disputes that prevent a lot of the homeowners to even start to get a home site lease. You have land permittees or permit holders who dispute a home site lease. So there's a lot of facilitation that happens there, and through the process, as I'm familiar and experienced with, basically this is in the hands of the grazing officer. They determine if it's if the land that somebody's trying to withdraw for a home site lease is actually grazing lands, or if it's, and so they sign off, and then the archaeologist will also sign the documents for customers. So that's a big challenge. Families are not making room for each other, and the requirement of a home site lease is not an NTUA requirement. That's a Navajo Nation requirement. We've experienced people locking gates and refusing to give us access to extend service line extensions. The lack of home site lease, for instance, in Crown Point, like I said, I have 52 who have inquired or want to be served, and out of the 52, only 3 have a residential lease or a home site lease. The incomplete house wiring or meter loop. Unfortunately, a lot of the different funding agencies that we talked about, CDBG, Light Up Navajo, the requirement according to what we've been given to facilitate the certification of our customers is that they complete their own house wiring inside of their homes, and that if they live in a G unit, that's those portable buildings that people are converting and upgrading to being a home structure. Although the mobile homes and Hogan's ADOT, because of clearance issues, we don't have housing standards. So some hogans may have a low clearance, so even for safety, they have to have a separate pole and the meter loop mounted on the pole and connected to the weatherhead. So those are things that we get challenged with. We've accommodated a lot of families. I think the smallest unit that we served through Light Up Navajo was basically a 6x8 unit. So those are things that we really try to work with through our engineering on what's acceptable through the National Electric Safety Code, and also with the standards that we have on design. Although some delays are caused from the home site lease corners not being marked, so we try to make sure that we can get the land monuments and try to help them. And sometimes we have to work with the Registered Land Surveyors Department at headquarters to help us identify the home site lease corners as marked. Although there's a lot of families who do not have home site leases in their names, they need to be probated. And again, there's land disputes between the family members on who is going to inherit the home site lease. There's some customers who have lost home site leases, and we're referring them back to Navajo Land Department. But the Land Department is telling us we're short-staffed, and so they're just in limbo until they can locate a copy of their home site leases. Although we have a lot of clustered areas where it's families are living right next door to each other, and it's so congested, but the Navajo Nation requires that every individual that is requesting services have their own home site lease. So this is a huge challenge. Again, it's not an NTUA requirement, and I understand it's not a federal requirement, but it is a Navajo Nation requirement. So I was listening, and I really appreciate Honorable Kealan Begay's comments that it's time to mutually partner and start looking at streamlining and making a path for all Navajo families in need of utilities to receive that. So I look forward to that, and I welcome the invitation, the feedback, and the invitation to join forces to make that happen. When we get onto a project site, sometimes we have terrain challenges. When the feasibility is done, we try to mitigate any rock bed that may require special equipment. So we do have the equipment. Sometimes we have to schedule it internally through the pool process. So at times that can be an issue, but something that we work through. Auto weather conditions, we had a deadline at the end of fourth quarter in December on the CARES Act. We could not get up to white clay in certain areas because of the snowfall there and the mud conditions. So at times we're challenged with that. Although we also are challenged with environmental stipulations. You have the area art cleared and all, but when the crews start digging, they may dig up certain artifacts, and so the project will stop, and then we have to reroute. So we kind of know where those sensitive areas are. We ran into that in my district, in Hawk and in Lupton area. So we ended up holding off and completing some of those CARES Act projects until in this first quarter due to those environmental stipulations. Although we can get right-of-way and everything, and there was some comments from one of the other delegates regarding what's all-inclusive in the right-of-way costs. Why is it so high? So if we're crossing any utility crossings, we have to apply for those permits, whether it be through APS. They have to give us the approval. Although if we're going across the railroad, we have to coordinate with those individuals, and there's fees, and the cost will be higher because we try not to disrupt services that are needed, like for the train and so forth. So there's a lot of coordination and a lot of technical components. The tree cutting permits, we had some right-of-ways approved last October, but because of the COVID and BIA being closed, we were not able to get tree cutting permits until just last month. So, we waited 6 months for tree cutting permits. Although we're now faced with fire restrictions, we're given notice that if the drought conditions continue to escalate, that we will not be able to do our tree cutting only between 8 and 1 p.m. So if you have a long line extension, that's going to really hinder the project. So we're doing all that we can to keep on top of those and to look at weather and to try to coordinate the scheduling of our tree cutting crews. Although there was some discussions about upgrades, or if a second family member is going to move in next door, a lot of those, it's just a service drop. So in those cases, they have to upgrade the line wire to accommodate the second home. So in a lot of these cases, because the home site is in the individual who initially received services, their child will be using their home site lease, but the stipulation there comes down to first-time services. Those are the priority. So usually we're told that upgrades are not part of that. So those are things that we don't set the restrictions on funding agency and the higher at the headquarter level. That's within their realm there. Although there's homes where we have gone through all the hoops and we finally get right of way, we go out to start mobilizing for scattering poles, and then all of a sudden we come upon the home site and it's vacated, through repossessions or people just moving and for whatever reasons. So we've had situations, and in some unfortunate cases, people decide that they don't want the services, and yet we've gone through the whole process. Although the other issue is, and this is not that big of an issue, but we want to share with you all, is that there's some customers that have had prior accounts, whether they were in rentals or they worked here in Fort Defiance, but they're now establishing their homestead in Shiprock. Those write-offs tend to linger, and that's something that we have to work with them on. I don't think it's a major problem, but it is a concern at the time of completing the certification. We try to work with the customer from that point on to start an installment plan to address that. So that's in a nutshell what we do as districts. The next few pages, I believe, is the chapter projects, and I understand that Ms. Burnett will be speaking to those projects. So I'm open to any questions you may have regarding Fort Defiance or Crown Point. Those are the two areas that I oversee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holion, for that. Let me go to Mr. Wilfred Franklin from Shiprock.
Good afternoon, Yat-A, Honorable Chairperson of the RDC Committee. For Shiprock District, we oversee Shiprock as well, and also the Naizi. So our coverage area is 15 chapters, mostly in the Northern Agency, and also we pick up 2 in the Eastern, which is Naizi and Herpino. And as Paula, our 45th District Manager, kind of talked about, she kind of really cued into a lot of the district responsibility at the district
Mr.
level.
Franklin, Mr. Franklin,
yes.
Could you either turn up the volume or hold the phone close to you? Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, as I mentioned, and I started out commenting that for Shiprock, we oversee 15 chapters, mostly in the northern agency. We pick up 2 in the eastern, which is Herfino and Naizi. And again, as Ms. Paula Holian covered a lot of the district responsibilities, a lot of it, again, it comes down to working with our customers that come into our office and making the requests. And, you know, she did cover a lot of information. And, you know, for our district projects will relate to residential projects, small line extension, and some system upgrades and maintenance upgrades. From the beginning of the year to now, we've pretty much completed 124, and 243 is in progress. And then the other type of work that we do is, again, the maintenance part. For Shiprock here, we completed 699, and we have 916 still in progress. And a lot of those, they're pretty much relating to the daily endeavors that our customers, you know, come across. Security light maintenance, low water pressure, tree trimming, utility line locates, service calls, solar, check, repairs. So there's a lot of internal activity that happens here at the district as far as working with our customers. And a lot of the information that, again, Paula covered, it's, I'm going to say universal, meaning at each district, those are our responsibilities with working with our customers. So just some information I wanted to add on the side here. For our customers that are coming into our office here, for the month of January 2021, we had a total of 2,681. So from the beginning of the year to end of June, we had a total of 19,608 customers that came in for various inquiries, paying their bills, having a question on their billing, or a request to make a work order request, any type of customer-related questions, inquiries. We do log it in, and every district has that capability. But for the most part, I think a lot of the information that Paula covered, you know, as far as the, you know, how customers come in and get started on their electrical member extension, the required documents that's being put forth to them to provide. You know, there's a lot of things that really happen here at the district, and you know, I have a staff of about 60 plus, and 3 are out at Naizi, and you know, a bulk of our community here, including Red Mesa, we have about a little over 8,000 water customers, and about 2/3 of that we're serving them with the City of Farmington water. So, you know, there's things that, you know, we look at and we track. So that's kind of real quick from Shiprock District. If there's anything else y'all need to inquire on, just try. You know, I'm open to some questions.
Thank you. Aaron Kitnason, Lanky Shiprock. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Mr. Jonathan Curley.
Good afternoon. Honorable Chairman, members of the RDC committee, other delegates on the asking dato kidi kodo kinanes na do di ko the next concrete that in the concrete basically our families and our customers in the Navajo Nation. So my name is Jonathan Curley. I oversee the Delcon District Office. We oversee 13 chapters up there, ranging from the west, from our border of Loop up to Pond Lake and Birch Spring, all the way up to Tees Toe, Delcon, Jeddah Toe, all the way to the west, to the east. So as far as White Ruin, Clygato, Greasewood, and Ganado South, the Andre Clygato, that's a deep thing. So in our area, we have delegates Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Begay, Honorable James, and also Honorable Smith. So those are the ones that we have to deal with, that we work with here from our side. Though what our previous, my peers have talked about, Mr. Luna, Paula Hoyan, and Wilford, pretty much describes exactly what, as far as what the districts deal with on the side. Once a project is created, from there, make sure that we keep those in operation and maintenance. And so once the construction or system is built, that's what we take the responsibility of from that side. So really the operation, even though we say operation and maintenance, sometimes we say O&M, those are two separate functions. One of the main things that we're in charge with is we have a customer base out here. We have out here, we have about 9,000 customers that we have as mixed with residential and commercial. So our job is to make sure that the resources, the supplies meet the demands of what we have every day. So that's an ongoing thing that the districts do. And my peers did a really great job of covering of just how much the work that we do on a daily basis. So the operation part of it is just making sure we go out there, making sure that things are running smoothly, documentations, make sure that the system is doing what it's supposed to do. That's where we start seeing some of our team members out there, our field department, also our even administration staff. And also the maintenance part of it is once we start putting a wrench to it, something needs to be changed out, something has met its life cycle. And so in order to keep the system going up and running, that's what we're charged with here at the district here. Although on top of that, we also have projects that the smaller ones, although a couple of our peers, so along with those smaller projects, we also include not just electric, we also have water, natural gas, wastewater. We're multi-utility focused under the district level. It's not just electricity that we oversee, so it's also PVs and also some commercial project communication projects, and also some of the natural gas ones that we deal with at this level here. So it's a wide range of projects that we are moving on pretty much on a weekly, if not a monthly basis. So if you take a look at Paula did a really great job of going over the pages 1, 2, and 3, and basically on page 2 it really talks about some of the stuff that we work on a daily, pretty much on a monthly basis. This is how it pretty much breaks out. A lot of it's maintenance, a lot of it is a lot of walking customers. What we have is customers coming in with their requests. That's where it starts off from. From there, the customer request will either be a scheduled request or be an unplanned request. That's where we start doing a lot of our work transitions into maintenance or an operation part of it. And once it does do maintenance part of it, it's a major factor of it, then we'll start doing a capital type of replacement. So into there, that's where a lot of this, that page 1 where we talked about the projects that are happening, that takes about 13% of what we do here. So we take on a lot of the smaller projects, but a lot of the bigger projects, we have HQ that does a lot of their crews that do that too as well, that assist us in that capacity. So a lot of the routine maintenance that we have, that's one of the main things that we really are focused on here at the district level. And some of the things that we normally run into, I think Paula kind of went over that global concerns that we have on page 4 or 7, the issues and concerns. You see, those are some things that do happen on there, and I would say not more like sporadic, more consistently. And on top of that, some of those things that really do take time away from our maintenance and operation part of it is a lot of the system type of deficiencies that might happen from human cause, whether if it's an outage or staff off of our systems. Sometimes we have our fencing that are stolen from our lagoons and our our facilities out there. So we start to see a lot of that we have. But here at Delcon, we really didn't see a whole drop in our customer one-on-one, even during the last year, during the pandemic. We still had people coming in and really just kind of reverted from we tried to make it have to where the phone was more of our connection, but our walking traffic really did stay the same. So again, we just tried to keep the system moving, reassure our customers that we are meeting their demands, is make sure that the lights are on, the water's going, natural gas is still there for them. So, and then now in 2021, things are slowly changing back to the way things were happening before, but still, our initiative is still the same. The districts are one of the interfaces to the public, and we also, our field staff are also one of the interfaces to the public. So we do a lot of, like Paul had mentioned, a lot of legwork. A lot of these initiatives, these are really great initiatives to try to get everyone connected up. What Mr. Begay was talking about, we want to get everybody served, and a lot of that is a lot of the balance part of it. And when we have that number up there of 15,000 families that need help, part of that is also a lot of that is in our area too as well. But sometimes we have to go out there to go find them because not everybody comes in. So that's part of our job here at the district level. Also the one thing I want to touch base on was also the customer requests that do come in. We do have customers that normally do travel long distances, and we are cognizant of that. And I didn't hear cost, so we do have a lot of resources of what we would like to do, and we just don't like to just let them say we can't help you, but we try to redirect them into the right resources, whether if it's here or the Navajo Nation. We try to get the call numbers and contact information to even as far as gas to come in. So our customer, they needs, and so that's the portion that we take care of the district level. And as far as the global reports that we have, those are some numbers that it keeps us busy on pretty much on a monthly basis, if not on a daily basis. So not everything goes according to plan on a daily basis for the districts, because everything is always constantly changing. We did talk about how some of the numbers are very fluid. So again, even as far as fluidity with different restrictions that we have here with the water and fire restrictions and the drought, all of those things that are coming through, we're still maintaining that, plus getting ready for this new upcoming funding that we have for our initiatives. We try to do our best to assist our HQ departments of getting ready for these upcoming projects, initiatives, and programs. So that's the part that we're the very first contact with the majority of our customers. So that's what we take care of at our part here. So we do take care of a big portion here at Delcon, and we work with our chapters. We try to keep in contact with them as much as we can regarding projects, and majority of them are pretty good about calling in and more or less the one-on-one phone conversations. I think they're barely slowly getting used to coming into the office, and we'll try to make it as safe as possible. But we always tell them that it is a balance of safety, and also making sure that and balance goes through everything, whether if it's serving our customers, making sure that they have water, make sure they have natural gas, make sure they have electricity. It's all a balance that we have, and once that balance gets disrupted, that's where we start having a lot of issues that we have. So in a nutshell, that's pretty much where a lot of the stuff that my peers had covered. That's really the same thing. Not as much as like a difference as far as what we're dealing with here at the Delcon area, but it's a lot of the similarity part of it. So if we have any questions for the Delcon, I know that Delegate Begay had a question about one of the customers, but we'll go ahead and do a branch off and have a separate meeting based off of that for what Mr. Kuntz had mentioned. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Thank you, Mr. Curley. So far, we have heard from Red Mesa, Crown Point, Shiprock, and now Delcon. And we have two more, one from Chinle, Kayenta, and Tuba City. So once we're done with this, we can ask them questions from these districts. So Mr. Gary Monroe, you're up next, sir.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Mr. Nez, Honorable Council Delegates, and RDC Committee. Ms. Paula Holion covered pretty much of the universal issues that pertain throughout the districts. We have completed 139 projects and 199 are in progress. And that all pertains to residential projects, small line extensions, system upgrades, and maintenance upgrades. We also do a lot of O&M. Right now we have 488 notifications for outages. We try to do our best to keep our lines maintained, but you know, Mother Nature has different ideas for us sometimes. We do have the issues of crows as well, knocking out our power as well. But we try to maintain all of that as best as possible with the staff members that I have. I have 67 staff members. 38 of them are field personnel. 29 of them are administrative. We do cover 3,500 square miles. We do take care of 16 chapters. But we mostly work on O&M. We want to maintain our system as best as we can to provide the best service we can for our customers. That is our main goal here. We do take care of quite a few walk-in customers, call-in customers. Up to date, we have taken care of about 15,000 customers, call-in customers and walk-in customers. And we're mostly in the central agency. The issues that we have are, a lot of them, the homes are not wired when we get there. They're not completed. And we try to do the best we can to help the customer as much as we can. Management, you know, provides us a lot of the funding that is available to help our customers. And I did hear that, you know, maybe we're just following, but we do have processes. And the processes are coming from the Navajo Nation. And we have to abide by those processes in order to help our customers the best way we can. Our Diné people, that's what we're here about. We want everybody, you know, to get electricity. We do strive for that. And our management team does strive for that as well. And we at the districts do strive for that too. So all in all, we deal with a lot of vandalism. A lot of it is stealing copper. Like Mr. Curley said as well, fencing around our water wells, our booster stations, and our water tanks. We also have vandalism here in our own yard, where they're taking tools out of our units. We're trying to prevent that as well. But we do go through a lot of issues, but we strive through them just to provide the utility for our customers, for our Diné people. My staff, they work hard. Doesn't matter time, day, what hour it is, my staff is out there to take care of the customers as best as they can. When the power goes out. So everybody, you know, does their part the best way we can with what we have. So I do appreciate all the delegates. Mr. Kealan Begay, you know, I would like to set up a meeting with you personally, and we can go over all the concerns and we can work through them as a team. And that's what we need to be. We need to be a team to conquer this. We do have a lot of people without electricity, and I would like to see that before I retire, to have everybody with electricity and water and so forth. So thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Mr. Nez, and the Honorable Council Delegates, and the RDC Committee. Thank you for your time and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe. Next will be Cynthia Charlie from Kayenta. Miss Charlie?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
Yes, go ahead.
Honorable Mr. Nez, council delegates, not Kadad, Search da Honza Aya, that is not Adon, Nikija Daltia. Okoshe Kadot Hodneshe, Ebik Edinch, so I look over Kayenta district. I work with 13 chapters, 9 of them directly, and 4 that are indirectly. There are overlaps on different communities. As at a habitant Dalish. Ado Nina Nishe Ani Hujo Oshin Bansa, Kesna Loshi, Chidahoil Pasahoya il Pas Ado Kapina Kato, a Topina Katle, Kohat A Haikasle Nas, a co 8 and Nahalo Ayan Hinan Nishnadi. What I explained earlier is that we're in comparison to an ONIM maintenance group, comparing ourselves to a vehicle. We get a new vehicle and we have to put oil and gas in it, and those are some of the things that we're tasked to do, is to make sure that the wheels are continuing to spin, to make sure that we provide reliable services to all our customers. So that's what we are, and Paula explained a lot of that. And in Kayenta, the number of projects that were completed were 104, and then 152 are still open. Aro LUN Ianigi do Ado United Kidi Ena Kidinezation and B Conella in Ia. So we had 208 inquiries, but 75 were able to provide a home site lease. Ado sa eya had to be eya could hunzach to Adelia, Ado Sache Atonal Social Toyahande Jata. So we're pending some documents from the customers to move that forward. Ado Nasnani Eben Delishigi, our PM services, 240 were completed, 619 are still in process. Sa eyak apetel nish ishe able ta idol taliago. Ado ne lagi eyahan hitchol inigi eyaha to beat the miliaja anshla in nesnati anshla. A cornella eyahan hitchol. So our total meters that we have is 8,511. It fluctuates. Yahanat ito tahananat in sa hashin na nishikete ka kobits and akis ado eta ako. Ayid shan dogistani hoko hot adi hot ayahan da ikis. Ede ko agil haba nosen do end da ikis. Then we're not disconnecting right now, so one of the things I iterate is the utility services that we're providing. We're not disconnecting any services at this time. However, in the event that a customer requests that we disconnect, we do disconnect, and our total meters fluctuate up and down. So some of the impacts that we are faced with daily le dan jahan dan nez to the dan no that is a tasha you ya da hal ne la ko a hot a hom bit ne kai aro en need in shil ya hanan ta hagi aton ki ch ol hingi ado in ben nanil tin la khaila nal sos nizin la khaila at ababel na da han ko an yon zago pa now at of course, some of the impacts that we face is our existing customers. Our existing customers daily come in. In my district, I have over 2,000 inquiries, various from security light requests to water leaks, half power, maybe a distinct smell from the water, those type of natures that we get reports on, and then new inquiries of services, whether it be electric or water. So we are tasked with various utility inquiries. So at the local level of the projects that we deal with too is we work closely with the chapters, and with our chapters we have received 10 projects that are very preliminary, meaning it's just brand new. 6 barely came in Friday, so those are very brand new requests that came in that we're going to be looking at. So those are some of the local projects that we're dealing with until we move them forward into the next phase. Anigo eya aslagi shin yese nil en nasko edin hidne bad dol klestot khoba do kisigi akondi ba khado neslige ani honorable Mr. Begainanit aslagi ban si kesa khalet ahjo nas do kaligi yese ade ayo in hisn de kes na halon del nishla khoti kuje kaya na gaja o in hit ni ha inda ta adi flesh be el kade be flesh ha kha ba ateno eto ta to be has ani gi ili inho je ebenin na be has ani gi be ha odzi ok o sa le be ha hol jije ta ya Mr. Nazi hadzi because so these are some of the things that we are faced with on a daily basis is that we do have one goal. We each have the same goal is to make sure that our community members are served with the services that we need for electric and water. And that's something that is a necessity, especially at this time, but it's going to take a cooperative team to make sure that does happen. You know, one of the big hurdles that we had to jump is our right-of-way processes. And we can't do that by law, putting a shovel to ground without the permission to do so. So those are some of the things that I'd like to report on from Kayenta. If there's any questions, feel free to call me, email me. I believe Mr. Honorable Daniels is in the meeting as well, so I'm very familiar with him, and I'm open to meeting with him as well as Mr. Brown in my area. So thank you. Any questions for Kayenta? Let me know.
Thank you, Ms. Charlie. Next, we have Alicia Richards from Tuba City.
Oh, yeah, Nana, Mr. Chair, Vicky Nez, Otto, members of RDC, and other delegates. I serve the Western Agency, Tuba City District. I have Honorable Odo So for Tuba City, Paul Begay for Kaibato, Lachi'i, Copper Mine, Tonalia, Gap, and also Mr. Honorable Delegate Walker, Cameron and Coal Mine, and Honorable Yellowhair, Forest Lake, and Hard Rock. Pretty much all my colleagues have covered the essentials and all the problems we pretty much face as the districts go. So great job to them. And I just want to cover Tuba City as far as capital projects go from the beginning of this year to current. Tuba City has completed 80 projects, and currently we have 86 in progress. And that goes for the residential projects, small line extensions, any system upgrades and maintenance upgrades. And also going back to our regular preventive maintenance that we do pretty much on a daily basis. So from the beginning of January to current, Tuba City, we've completed 343 preventive maintenance jobs, and we still have 541 in progress. And I did want to mention Tuba City District, I actually have 40 employees I oversee, and we do work collaboratively with APS. And as was mentioned earlier, that we have quite a few APS customers coming to us wanting services, so we do make sure we take their names and forward that information up to our headquarters colleagues as well as APS, letting them know that these customers are interested. Unfortunately, we can't serve them under NTUA, but they're better served under APS. So I just wanted to mention that. And as far as projects goes, it sounds like Shannon's going to cover our community projects. I know Mr. Honorable Odoso has reached out to me a couple of times, and we've had dialogue, so I do appreciate that. So I offer that invitation over to Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Thomas Walker, and Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me in Tuba City. So that's all I want to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions or comments? Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, thank you. District managers, thank you for your very detailed update, and definitely appreciate the information that you all shared. It's good to hear. I guess this is really a general question. Ms. Holion, or somebody that could probably answer this. I had a chance to speak to Hamas Mountain earlier today.
Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland.
Chair, I think he got knocked off the meeting call.
Okay. I hope he gets back on real quickly here. Let me go to Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay.
Chairman, I'm sorry, I'm back on. I dropped the call.
Okay. Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I was saying, I was speaking with, I had a chance to speak to Hamas this morning, and did get some good feedback on the relationship that they have with NTUA. But I also had asked how many of our customers, or our people, excuse me, that have Hamas were needing assistance with their electric bill. And I know we brought this up in CARES. We attempted it with the $90 million legislation to assist our Navajo people with utility payments as an option. That would help alleviate a lot of stress, I'm sure. A lot of them are probably living paycheck to paycheck, trying to make ends meet, especially those with single families or single parent families. Just an estimate of how many of our Navajo people that are customers of NTUA, how many of them would you say are in need of assistance? Majority of them, 80–90% of them, and then what would be the dollar figure that we would be talking about as well? If we were to say, let's use ARPA money to help pay some of their utility bills across the board, just an idea. I bring this up because of, like I said, our past legislation with CARES, which we attempted. Is that something that we could look at possibly this time around? So, Eddie, Chairman, and my colleagues, I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Freeland, who is the question to?
I guess whoever can answer it. I'm not sure. I don't want to pick anyone. Ms. Holion takes care of Crown Point. And then if we do it for NTUA, that means we have to do it for Continental Divide and Hamas and Socorro and City of Farmington too, all the electrical customer base. So anyone that can answer, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Holion, may you respond, please?
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Thank you again,
Mr.
Honorable Chairman Nez and Honorable Freeland. We have a slide that we were planning to have our Associate Deputy General Manager speak to. I'm glad you bring up the accounts receivable. Our customers across the board, I believe, at least 90 to 95% are in need of help in paying their consumption bills. We do have a slide by districts on how many, what the dollar amount of the past due, and we are at 3.9 million overall of accounts that are currently outstanding. This is district-wide, company-wide. So we can definitely break that down by district. I believe there is a slide in her presentation, and I don't want to take away. I can defer it to her. Is that helpful, or you want the specific number for the Crown Point area?
Honorable Freeland?
Chairman, that's fine. Thank you, Ms. Holly, on that. That just gives us a good idea as far as across the board what do the numbers look like. 3.9 is something we can look at. I'm sure it's going to go higher, but is that something we needed to consider as well? Assistance to our Navajo people with their utility payments. But 3.9, if that's something we can look at, definitely should target. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Hollion?
Yes.
Your response?
Mr. Chair, this is Rex Coons. If you don't mind, if I could interject
Go ahead.
here.
Go ahead, Mr. Cohn.
In the CARES Act, we made an attempt, and I think the council remembers, and the president's office requested of us to put together numbers on what people owed. And during the CARES Act, we were told by legal, DOJ and others, that we couldn't fund those through CARES Act. In ARPA, with a lot of our dialogue with senators and congressmen and whatnot, there is an avenue to pay for some utilities. So that's in our 36-month proposal. Irish can give you the number, but it's several $1 million that would pay some back bills on the residential customers' billing. So it is in there. There is a proposal for you all to consider. The second thing I'd like to inform you about is some of you may be familiar with LIHEAP. It's the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program that's funded through state governments and federal government programs that help to pay for any source of heat, electric, natural gas. They even issue out vouchers to individuals that heat by wood, so that people can buy wood, and that program is funded on an annual basis. As a part of the pandemic response, they've created a water LIHEAP. I forget the acronym, but it is for water. The dollar amount is pretty significant, what would come to Navajo. And there's a couple of very good things that I understand is before, Utah residents had to apply through Utah LIHEAP, Arizona through Arizona LIHEAP, and New Mexico through New Mexico LIHEAP. And so social services, Navajo Social Services would have to work with 3 different programs to get those allocations of dollars. I believe now they've negotiated so that Navajo gets its own allocation of LIHEAP, and they will get their own allocation of the water version. So that would help people with if ARPA pays the back billing, the other 2 programs will allow those people with low incomes to have 2 other programs that will help them supplement their bills as well going forward. So you have 2 avenues to try to address the needs of those people, especially the ones that have struggled with income. So that's just for the council's information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuntz. Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, Nanasha, could all the district managers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 shit in there. He had to let Kodo, I don't know, innocently add. I guess I'm more being too much of a politician with my tone, but don't take it personally odd. But sometimes that's the only way we get things done at the Windrush level, to push a lot of these process projects and funding to get down to the local level. The reason why I did push to ask for managers to get on board for today's meeting is that we really want to hear directly from our district manager, the chapter based on the and I try my best to provide a report to the chapter at the community. So maybe that's the way taking this a request, feeling and being important to provide and make a report to the oversight committee, to the delegate. Maybe that's about another way to look at it. Called the Schneidel Kodo. Dudik Kodo or huge and not it upon hit the Naki, which in the hot door by electricity it then. The one thing several of you have indicated that you work closely with the chapters, the Dahniki, which is a good sign for me, because if there's not much of a communication between the chapter and the program, such as you into sometimes you have to step in to provide and get information. Or another way, they say that they left a message at the chat at the NTUA and haven't get a response as of today. Not need a call a baby and Kodo Satoshi hit up and in it's that need us nishi in the shin Kodo. I leave that interpretation up to you guys. The one thing, Division of Community Development is involved in this particular process. Land Department is part of this particular process. The chapters, officials, the resolutions, they knock it out of the grazing official. Just about an hour ago or 30 minutes ago, I received another package of, I received another email indicating that this particular individual has completed their paperwork from LUN in Bacau. And I just want to assure them that, to assure the chapter that I received the email and their whatever the content of the email, I always CC the higher management, which I've CC'd Arash, and I believe it was Rex. I CC'd you the information. Is it really necessary for me to push a lot of these things? Could there be a better communication to flow between the NTUA and directly with the chapter? The chapter coordinators are Queen Dad and then why I brought up the Division of Community Development is that they oversee the operations of the chapter, the wind system. Listing listen that you majority of it is water line, power line, housing, and roads. Chapters listen that you in their wind system. Power line project. If you compare that with the local chapter listing with the NTUA listing, there's a big difference. I think there's got to be a better a communication flowing between the NTUA and the local chapter. Who are the Chinle agency? Who is a direct individuals that, and then maybe they provide provide us a report. Now that's the other thing too. Report back to the chapter project. Deed up and the nation to deed on the has it all did the kun sit no the deed up a housie in the hut a halit alla to jo chapter ziki be that a lot of these projects that are idle or some of these projects were starting and they were quite on nation that the yes the hasli a call a quite geeky all chapters ziki to jo be that a call lot oh ya hit quite get so and they quite get other so that you lada or tahitiya other than the chapter would be saying that okay what happened called into a hazon his not at the ohani could that negotiating chapters and then the situation if anything arises other home site leasing that's the Navajo Nation policy. Just the nini jit on me hut extra. According to could jit earlier about Hasi. I think we've all could all on certain policies we've waived a lot of these provisions. Mr. Helona, the land department have indicated that as long as they have submitted an application to the land department, then they're allowed to commence this project. As long as they know that they have an application process, once you guys receive a notification that the home site lease will be in process, it was submitted. Although the other area, there's certain section. This is the one area that I brought up. Jobe has on it. We have to follow the policy. Management. There's a policy that's in place right now that any funding, any power line projects, an individual that's over 65 and veterans, they don't have to pay for anything. They're waived. I've asked the question, okay, this pay on this. That could be the case, but who's going to pick up the cost of the requirements? None get don't need to add them. I one thing that the community, my community members, they turn around and send me a copy. Not so we'll start with the construction. I can show you, share a text with you guys what I sent to the president and into a management. Okay, this is what I received. What do I do? How do I respond? I really don't want to be the spokesperson for the NTUH. No, if all falls back to a better communication back to our community and our local chapter. One more step that not to improve the communication with the local chapters in Jondo and then of course feed me all the information that I can share with all the chapters. I have all my chapter officials email, the CSC, and then even the staff some of these important information I send them. Several times I did meet with the chapters. That into A had called in. I appreciate that, but that was more at winter level. Would have been more better if the local agency level management would also call in and provide direct information, because the could don't need it not so the Navajos and don't need the because sometimes it seems that we're giving the runaround of the Navajo people because that data but that on data that data should by it on that that ito kasiki has not done yet hadiyan or I did not eat that the email though is on the website that no the majority of our Navajo people don't have website access to the internet. They go directly to the chapter to get all these information. So but that's it all kodo banna is kandole od ashode nan hitishne one bad apple makes the whole apple bad no the bahats of the ignite and hadden. So maybe some are doing better than the others, but I'm just asking that we work closely with the chapter because wouldn't it be better if the chapter and the NTUA said this is how we have been this is how we have coordinated and this is how we're proceeding with this project with no discrepancies. No, the Kodo RDC not necessary that we have to have meetings like this. Case, but a lot of times I may get overboard or go too far in I don't know, being in demand position to get things done. But again, like I said, the projects from my area, there's some other. I appreciate Mr. Monroe asking to have me sit down. It's not just going to be me, Mr. Monroe. I mean, I really like for my 5 chapters, at least one chapter officials and one of the coordinators to sit down and review a lot of their local chapter projects. That way, I don't have to sit down with you and then I have to go to each of my 5 chapters and so on again. So one time in the job, today the president signed the policy to reopen everything. Today signed Nadia, so I think everything's back in full swing to start making attendance at the local chapter meetings now. I call 88 Kodomis and Monroe. If I like verbally do request that we meet, but I would like to invite the chapter officials and then the grades. Maybe grading officials. They need to be involved as well because they have the majority of the work lies within their authority as well. These are consent forms that the Niniki need it's easy for us to say that give me the get the consent form, but they do the legwork the babinat so that is in what I in but they travel here and there of all these projects that they have to be dealing with. I'm looking forward to, for that meeting, Lisa. So with that, Chairman, I appreciate all the district managers making their report.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for your statement. And let me go to Mr. Kuntz. Mr. Kuntz, could you respond, sir?
Thank you, Chair. We definitely, can meet. We have met with the more proactive chapters who reach out to us, and with the delegates that are reaching out, and several of them have arranged meetings with their chapters on the phone. And I believe we've had some meetings with Honorable Gay's chapters. I know Arash has met with them. The district managers, as they related, they take projects that are assigned to them after they've been processed and cleared. They do field work to collect data, which they can respond to requests to do feasibility studies. So I don't have a problem with them meeting with the delegate and with the chapters, but if he's looking for decision makers, they may not be the ones that are authorized to make the decisions at that local level. But we're more than happy to meet with them, and we can collect the data and the needs and get a feel for what the chapters are envisioning and pushing. And there's no restriction for them to make a request for a meeting with our local representatives. We don't have a problem doing that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kuntz, and also all the district managers for providing your report on your works and the operations that you do at the local level. So I sometimes think that a lot of the challenges are within the understanding of how perhaps people misunderstand and misinterpret certain things. So hopefully NTUA can visit some of these chapters and reaffirm some of your positions as far as providing service to these communities and to the customers. Mr. Coates, that's all I would like to say, and I'm going to give some time over to Honorable Daniels.
Hello, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm just going to be brief, Mr. Chair. I don't know, Senate Resources and Development Committee, his staff, I don't know, NTUA, I don't know, the districts, I don't know, I think, yeah, I don't know, it's been a long day for me. I took off from my house 4 o'clock this morning. So I've been sure, well, I'll be but could I appreciate the updates. I don't know what the presentation that was made by NTA headquarters and the Michigan. I don't know the district level. I really appreciate what you guys are doing for our Navajo people. I see, but here he look I don't know maybe just here and there. I think I don't it's I get a long, but I'm gonna sit down with the district manager and put in maybe next week or the following week. I'm gonna sit down with them and just talk with them. My reason also that I don't know if there's a Western agency. There's 2 of us from a Western on RDC, myself and Delegate Walker representing the Western agency. So it's a big area. Western agency is a big area. As you know, a mile, 2 miles apart. The cluster homes. But at the Snake, though, yes, lost. So yes, basically, see what you had all. I think that initial was every day, NTUA, they're going to be working on getting power line, on getting electricity to these homes. I don't know, getting water to these homes. It's every day, because not the syndicate, as our old chief, as our nation, population it's up there, 400,000. I don't see that. But we have some families living off the Navajo Nation, and they're wanting to come back onto the nation and start to get a home site lease, build their home. So that ego at the or you go actually that initial whole adolescent at the so the I don't know former council delegate Mr. Tom Chi nation. Iba sana o gali disa. Oh, I mean, I had a call the creed seen a great later the whole based on the no based on the no based. So these things under what the Doyas for the Tosia Healer, Doyas for basically chiefs it are Navajo people. So is in Iceland the Navajo Diva Sana or Gali disa. And then I had the call so on to the case of a Cordona Great in Chianti district, Cordona Great, Juno in the house, and I don't know other districts in Juno, the house, so total number of employees they have. I don't know what they encountered. They the water break that day. They go out at night. They're on call. So yeah, he has been call, especially during this pandemic. I want to thank NTUA for being out there helping our Navajo people. So once the sleeps out of the just like I indicated, I'm going to sit down with the Kansas district maybe the next week or the following week. Mr. Chair, you go back to the heat and communicating with each other, collaborating, collaboration, the 4 C's. Events, we have this 1.8 billion. It's sitting there. So if so, has he died? The cat who is met or let's go. So I call it the rate down 714 million. Let out the cat the water line, power line. I don't know connect the hardship. So that what about them? I see them delegates see them. Is in the door was I want he years ago. So what the echo so 8 years ago the Queen of Seattle let get the rate out with this ARPA fund. The telecommunication out of the infrastructures housing to that I think that they go. I just don't know how to house the rate down. Not every people in the Navajo Nation, not every family they have a home, a decent home. So that's the other one. So it is all for the hospital, Mr. Chair. So thank you very much for that NTUA. With a bed, for those suggestions, with a bed. I see that the student, for those way, talk it, Diego, Ben, you say how to ask all what's this? Ask for it seems I actually been able to let's go down. I know in my region, for those way down. I see talking about at the district in the office. When I drive by Kansas district, I see a lot of a big line. People getting water out on Goulding. So it's a never-ending thing for those people getting water at Goulding. Other communities on the western side, but not just western, but throughout the Navajo Nation. So it is Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Mr. Kuntz.
Thank you. We appreciate the comments and support, Honorable Daniels. You mentioned a little bit about the water, and I know that's another dialogue all on its own. We are in a serious situation. We're starting in with the very lowest entry level, trying to get people to conserve. We did have a couple of serious situations where we had some large tankers taking a great amount of water out of some of our systems and emptying our tanks, and we had to temporarily shut down to recover. But we are very, very open with you meeting with our chapters or with our district managers, and we're more than happy to meet with you and your chapters as well. So we encourage the dialogue there. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So.
You guys hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Go ahead.
This is Chairman So. Though I did members of the Resource Development Committee. Though I did present out from NTUA District. First of all, I just would like to appreciate my thanks out to the amount of work and progress you guys make out there, and you guys are definitely right. The communication to customers really needs
to be conveyed, and the right information needs to be conveyed. And yes, some customers will take that, what information is conveyed to them differently, and run straight to the delegate. And I really, really appreciate the amount of communication you guys are making to the customers. And I will indicate is that communication, dialogue with the chapter and the local level is something that is really needed to be made and to be completed and done, because that will make us policymakers, our job, a lot easier. I always say when a person goes to high school, one of the requirements is to take a U.S. government course. And in that U.S. government course, you have there's responsibilities of the executive branch, legislative branch, and the judicial branch. In the legislative branch, we're just here to make laws and appropriate funds. We're not the construction company. We're not the laborer. We're not the technical aspect of a project. So therefore, a lot of this information is supposed to be solely rested on NTUA. And in this case, whether it's in power or water, but try to work harder to try to convey this information out to the general public, because like I indicated, and I wish Mr. Haas was on the line, and I will give him a call directly. But us delegates, as legislatures, we're not the construction worker. We appropriate these funds for a reason, so that the technical team can complete these things. And a lot of what the district are coming across, the hindrance and so forth, is what we're told. And I believe a policy change should come out of this conversation, right-of-way issues. And for so long, our enterprise has been telling us day after day that there's issues that need to be changed in the leasing process. This is a Navajo Nation process. This is a Navajo Nation law. So this policy change is something that we really need to look at, so that we could try to get as much people served as we can. The other is that with the drought issue that's going on, maybe a conversation to better communicate and better get information out to our ranchers, so that they understand that, because they're hauling water, and just convey the proper information to them. Today at Tuba City Post Office, a rancher came up to me. NTUA said we cannot haul for our livestock and so forth. And the concept is no, 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 no. But some of this water I use personally. And that's the reason why I'm saying that some sort of communication to the individual should happen from the from NTUA. That's all that I have, and I appreciate this dialogue, Chairman Nez and Resources and Development Committee. Yeah, I'm gonna go back on mute.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. So, Mr. Kont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we noted, there is we're just trying to conserve. The domestic system we've always had some prohibition against livestock water. Water management and Mr. Jason John and Dr. Shabala, that's basically in their jurisdiction, and we often refer people that direction. But we're not trying to restrict water to people's home. The restriction was really for these individuals who are using these large tankers, 1,000, 2,000, or 3,000 gallon tankers, and we're trying to slow that down somewhat. As I mentioned, they have drained some systems where no one had water. People that had pipe water were out of service and no pressure. And so we're just trying to slow that down and asking these people to be a little bit more conservative in what they're doing. We had a meeting with Dig Deep because they've been running water truckload after truckload after truckload out to service customers. And we're trying to get them to figure out how to manage that a little bit better. We're just setting up a meeting with water warriors as well, with the same limitation. So as we said, we start stepping in those conservation to just getting people to slow down a little bit and conserve. Eventually, if it moves into a more serious stage, we may restrict laundromats and car washes to certain hours. If it moves beyond that, then we may have to shut down those non-essential services to keep water in the home. And with the big push on cistern systems, that's added another challenge to our ability to try to make water available. We're still getting a feel for how many of those are out there, and there's other programs that are installing things that we don't have any involvement, or we don't know the volume of what they're doing. So those are the reasons why we're meeting with them, to try to understand that. It's getting a little serious. Today, as this meeting was starting, we had a great downpour here in Fort Defiance. It really came down hard for quite a while, and it was good to see that. So hopefully, Creator's seeing our need, and will deliver more of these monsoons and try to give us some relief there. But we're doing the best we can to try to manage it. Again, our priority is to keep the drinking water in the home and to those people that need that. So we're trying to balance it out as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you for your response, Mr. Kuntz. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Is Delegate McGay? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clear, Honorable McGay. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Okay, ik had Shannon, Chair Nez, and other members of the Resource Development Committee. Thanks for the reports from the district managers of NTA. I heard my brother Jonathan Curley from Dalcon, and then my brother from Chinle, Gary Monroe. Thank you for the reports. Yeah, it's decent. So I wrote down all the district managers and Lenita, and just to say that I had to each and every one of you. My question is, I know that a lot of times, that we're working with right-of-ways. I know NTA has right-of-ways agents, and during this pandemic, I don't know how I don't know where they went. But as far as we know that we're trying to run a water line from Loop to Dalcon, so our own people will have to pay our own people from Dalcon to continue the consent, gathering consents for the right of way. Because they did that so much, and they successfully compiled all the necessary signatures, and they submitted to the BIA. Because that's where we're kind of frustrated, that the chapter using their own funds to do that. NTA has that for state, but the right-of-way agents, yeah, and the liaison workers, government liaison workers, but we want to know that we wanted to continue the service because we know that we need this water. So so I wanted to know that how are they still working, or how they I don't know that with this water restriction though, that well, we're restricted as people that live in rural areas, but we were customers for so many years. Like for myself, that my parents and my people in my area, we've been the customers since almost about my family, but they've been customers for over 30 years out of the whole Chico. But we got our own cistern tanks and we started hauling water. But the thing was, we're under restriction. But if you see, we driving through this in Dalcon and other areas, these NHA homes and they be washing their vehicles. And you kind of look at it, the voice of why is this going on? There's nobody. We know that they all know that they're not supposed to be reducing their water usage, but here they're washing their vehicles. I think somebody needs to look into more into that, but I don't think anybody will go over there and shut off the water personally. You don't need that. That's the way I look at it. So, but as far as we know, that keeping the water open for 24 hours here in Dalcon, I really appreciate that, and to see a lot of people hauling water. That's my second question. My third question is during the NABI meetings, I submitted a written request for questions called ADG that I haven't received any response yet. Is anybody going to respond back to me? I responded to I written so many questions, and a lot of times we ask these questions, we submit questions, and I know that my brother K.L. McGay always does that, so we started doing that, but then nobody responds back to us. Anybody's going to be respond back. Who's responsible for that? So that was my last question.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Mr. Kuntz, your response, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did schedule a follow-up meeting, Mr. Honorable Gay, if you recall. I know you were busy. You weren't able to attend that meeting. Your LDA did meet with us and some of individuals from there. So we'll document everything, and we'll make another attempt to respond to your questions and your needs. I thought we had responded through that meeting, but if that wasn't communicated back well, we'll make a better attempt at it. Again, with regard to the line from Loop to Delcon, that was funded by both Navajo Nation and Indian Health Service, and Indian Health Service was responsible for constructing it and obtaining the right-of-way. We could consider assisting them if they need assistance, but I'm not sure exactly what the status of that meeting is. I know we've had the update meetings with the Winslow Healthcare, but the construction branch has not really provided an update. They're not always on the call. Sometimes they are on the call, but I have not heard them give a pretty good update as to where they were with that. Other than overall, they say construction is 2 years out. So that's another OEH project that I'm not familiar with their process, and I don't comprehend why it takes so long. But that's kind of where that's at. It's a fully funded project. If we could find out what the status of the right-of-way is, I think we could motivate that to get to construction sooner. We're willing to partner with you. It's kind of out of our hands as far as managing that project, however, from N2A side. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kuntz. We would appreciate your response to Honorable Elmer Begay's concerns there. So, honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? We're on number 7 now. If not, we'll go to number 8. NTUA Board of Directors. We will just have the chair of NTUA, Sydney Dietz. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Nez. This is Sydney Dietz. Thank you, honorable members of the RDC and council delegates. And thank you for the opportunity to participate in this meeting and to speak. I'll be brief because it's the end of a long day, and I think you've heard a lot from NTUA already. But I do want to mention a couple of things, reactions to some of the things that have been said, and also, this agenda item talks a little bit about roles and responsibilities, and I'd like to address that as well. Earlier in the day, I heard, I think from Honorable RDC member Begay, I heard from him his impatience with the process and his desire for all people on the reservation to have, all Navajos to have wires running to their homes. And I agree with that very much. And that really speaks to me. And one of the things that he said was that no matter what the question is, if the answer does not include wires to everybody's homes, that he's going to keep asking questions and keep asking and making suggestions and pushing us on that. And I appreciate that role very much. I think that's very important, and that's something I think that all of the board of directors, the board members, agree with, and something that we keep in our minds through these processes. I want to mention that there are so many people on these teams that are working on these projects that we've heard from today, and I think we all know that the team includes people in NTUA and outside of NTUA, everything from customer service workers, right-of-way agents, electric line workers, water operations folks who can deal with these high-pressure lines, a lot of them underground. We need accountants. There are accountants working on this, lawyers, district managers, just a huge range of folks. Folks in the land office for the Navajo Nation, you council delegates, with your input and your strategic guidance. This is a very large team, and our role as NTUA board in this is basically to be responsible for the operations of NTUA and NTUA employees. There's a lot of them, and I'd like to mention that the way that our plan of operations reads, the intention is for the management board to be modeled on the elected board of directors of a utility company and a public service company that has a more traditional structure. And as a part of that, we set the policies that the company needs. We give guidance. That we have a lot of experts on the board in various aspects that I just mentioned. Give guidance, and we also select management, especially the general manager, who we hired and who we supervise directly.
Mr. Dietz? Mr. Dietz?
Mr. Chair, I think his call dropped.
Okay. Do we have the vice chair of the board on the call? Who's the vice chair of the board? Hello, NTUA? Mr. Kuntz, who's the vice chair of the board?
Honorable Chair, this is Ray Holgate.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Dietz, are you back?
Mr. Chair, this is Wynette Arviso, the Vice Chair.
Okay. Could you continue where Mr. Dietz left off, please? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dietz was talking about the board being modeled after a public service company model, and
I'm back. I'm back. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Sid, I'll turn it back over to you. I was just getting started, so you can leave, or you can start where you were talking about policies.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So we're modeled after a public interest company with elected board of directors, and we set policies and we select management. Especially, we select the general manager and the rest of the management team, and we provide our input to them. And in the case of these projects that we're talking about today, on the CARES Act and ARPA, LUN, LIHEAP, and the LIAP, and these other projects, we've instructed the management of NTUA to pursue these funds and to help the Navajo Nation in their request for funds for these projects that I think everybody is interested in. And, you know, I recognize that these projects don't go all the way to the goal that I mentioned earlier that I heard from Honorable Begay in serving everybody on the reservation and serving them all with power lines. And that is a frustration for us. But I do just want to mark that these projects that we're proposing here are a large step towards making that more real and getting there. And I, again, appreciate the frustration and also realize that, you know, the project's not finished. And it won't be even after this ARPA project is done. And just, I want to be absolutely clear that this board is very interested in everybody getting service, electric service, water service, wastewater service, also very important, telecom service. All the services we offer, we think will be very beneficial to Navajo people, and they all deserve it. And we're not going to stop until everybody has those things. So with that, I want to again express my appreciation to the committee for letting us address you, both NTUA staff and the board. And thank you, and I stand for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dietz. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions or comments for Mr. Dietz? None. Kiddish.
Chair, Delegate Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, go ahead.
Christine, thank you, Shania. Chairman Nez, Aaron, the Shania, Ke, Yajido, colleagues, and with 24th Navajo Nation Council and the district supervisors, managers at Egida and Mr. Kuntz, Nana, Aaron, the board, giving us a report up to this point in time. Not only from just Mr. Kuntz, as we usually hear from him and Arash, but also from the board as well in their initiatives to move forward, and also plans and projects and the length of time that it takes for these projects to take in each of the chapters or the districts that were addressed to us this afternoon. This gives us a better insight as to what we can report back to our community members. And we have been getting questions as far as water goes as well. And especially those that have livestock, those that have farms, and what needs to be done and what we can relay information to them for and about to, so that they can share that information along with other information as well with other family members or community members that they are close to in these areas. And today, that's what we heard because I participated in the District 18 grazing meeting, was that there was the concern of water brought up again from the ranchers and farmers in those areas. And then also, as you are all aware, we've been working with EPA on Red Lake with the cleanup as well. So this type of information is very beneficial to all of us as delegates. We all have different areas, and we all know that there's different needs with water. And listening to Delegate Elmer Begay raise the concern, of water being, I can say, probably abused, by having people wash their vehicles at home. I know at one time, that was mentioned years ago, not to do that. And that was discouraged at the time. And so I think, if we continue to get these updates, which we do on a weekly basis from NTUA, from Heather, and the reports that we get, those are very helpful as well. And the projects that are happening, especially with the Light Up Navajo projects. And I appreciate the responses that I get back in writing as well. And I share that with the communities that I represent, and also other communities as well that ask information. Just like Shania Key said, there's other individuals from other communities that listen to our meetings and give us their input as well. So this report that we received this afternoon, I just want to say thank you for all of you for giving this report and giving us the updates and providing the information that we have now, again, to give us a little bit better understanding of where NTUA is at. So just thank you to everybody from NTUA. Thank you.
Okay. So Tele Naiden Kittige, Honorable Stewart, Mr. Dietz.
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate that comment and the support, and the understanding of this committee. We really hear you. We've been listening today, and we've heard a lot of these comments about things like needing real-time information that was just brought up, and needing more from us about what's happening with these projects and where they are in their process. And we will get back with management and talk to them about that. We also understand that these chapters, have a strong interest in following these projects. And, we also think the customers involved also want to see where these projects are and where they are in the process. And, I think we have some ideas about how to improve that and improve that communication and make it more transparent about where these projects are. Also heard the comments about right-of-way, which I think has been an important point for us and the committee for a while now, as was indicated. And understand that we need to streamline that process and are open to any kinds of ideas around that, any way we can assist. Thinking out of the box about who can work on those projects and in what parts of the process. Also heard the idea about that we need to be communicating more with the elected officials to make sure that you council delegates know what you need to know about these projects. I mean, I think a lot of the ARPA push is going to be around these projects, and so when you get back to your constituents, you need to know I think quite a lot, and I think we can help with that. And we've tried to be of assistance, but there can always be more. And with that, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair, and the RDC members and the other council delegates. We've heard these things. I think it's very inspiring to hear how interested you guys are in our work and how these things are going. And we understand the criticism is meant to get us to go faster and to get more people hooked up, and we really are inspired by that, and also inspired by the idea that we can make improvements that will make you guys more satisfied and our customers better served. And we appreciate your vision on this. Thanks. and your leadership. So I want to thank you for that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dietz. Honorable Freeland, you have the floor. Honorable Freeland, none, guy. Star 6. Honorable Freeland. Okay.
Chairman,
Honorable,
I'm here, Chairman.
Okay, go ahead, Honorable Freeland.
Sorry, Chairman, I was on mute. Chairman, colleagues, Resource Development Committee members, Mr. Deep, board members, as well as all the employees of NTUA. I of course, am in the shareholder. I'm in the capacity of the shareholder representative, as a shareholder representative. And I just wanted to express my gratitude as well, and appreciation to the board and to the executive team, and of course to the employees. You know, I'm a very visual person, and I like to observe a lot. And when I observe NTUA, the organizational structure and the management structure and the business structure, what I see is a company that is continuing to grow and prosper. And what Sydney mentioned, as far as wanting to help all of our people, and I think my brother mentioned it as well, hitting the nail on the head, having wires go to homes. I think that's probably one of the best ways to put it. And just being a part of the participant in the board meetings and providing my input. The board is very professional and very the discussions are very well thought out, and I definitely appreciate those discussions that we do have as a board. And you know, everything that we discuss is of course relevant to the business and the operations of NTUA. And you know, for myself, each time I participate, I always learn something new and unique. And you know, I really do appreciate this opportunity to serve as a shareholder rep. And just want to say thank you to the organization, to all the staff, and especially to Rex. And Rex always answers my text messages when something goes down, whether it's a pump in Herfino or something going down. And Rex always responds, and I really do appreciate that. Him and the crews, when they answer those calls. And you know, we just have a lot to be thankful for. But I just want to express my gratitude and appreciation, Chairman, colleagues of the Resource Development Committee, the district managers. Thank you so much for all that you all do out there. You all are leaders, and you all are you know, taking the roles very responsible, and you know, all the employees look up to you in some form or fashion. And you know, the customer, and you know, I did get my disconnection notice, unfortunately, for my water bill, so I'll be paying that. But, you know, I just want to say thank you and to the staff. And when I do call the customer service line, it's always very professional. You know, they're always willing to work with you. And I'm glad, I hope that, you know, we can extend this more to our people and at this time especially. So I just wanted to mention that, Chairman and colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Let me go to Honorable Kealan Begay.
Chairman, I feel like being the black sheep of the family for being kind of being negative, but board members, I was expecting and hoping that there was more to your presentation based on your vision, your mission, and the values as being a board member. What we've talked about at the end of the day, you indicate in your vision that to enhance customers' lives, because how do we interpret that in Navajo? Enhance customers' lives. So at the same time, I just don't want NTUA look at our Navajo people as customers, more as a family, because NTUA is an enterprise of the Navajo Nation, and the Navajo Nation is controlled by the Navajo people. So it should be more of a family-oriented statement. Based on that, I'm asking and pleading with the board members to do all they can to help extend power line across the Navajo Nation, even if it's going to be a one household, to extend the power line for over 10 miles. And I believe that family deserves to get the power line no matter what. And it doesn't feel right for us to utilize their funding to improve our own facilities across the Navajo Nation. But I'm sure our employee deserves that as well. I saw one time last Monday we had a meeting at Twin Arrow, and I drove through Delcon twice that day, or 4 times that day, going there and coming back. And I've asked my brother, Mr. Elmer Brigade, to say that, well, wow, you must be a stronger delegate because you have a lot of construction going on in your area. And I guess one of the, and I realized that one of the construction process over there is one of the substation for NTUA. So if NTUA is able to establish a facility, so why not spend that much effort to extend the power line to our Navajo people? So board members, and then your mission indicates to exceed customers' expectation. So to have less giving them the runaround is basically, and I'm not just blaming NTUA, I'm blaming part of it myself because I'm the policy maker. And he has on it in not added or she you to change so all that I did not that or you has on it all that or didn't keep it a hit any other here all you guys are doing following the policy, and we're the one that puts these policies in place. I call it issue quacky. The one thing that I continue and I like to hear directly from the board members is that what are some of the policies that needs to be change, just so that a customer exceed what the customer, meaning the Navajo people, will be expecting. Although one of the values that you have is community engagement, and I believe that I haven't seen or heard any of the board members being part of the I don't know indirectly, but he's a delegate, Mr. Freeland. Being part of his community as a board member for NTUA, but out in the other areas, because did I hear the model no by yet more of an outside model no a lot of time it does sometimes I would say that clashes with our Navajo traditionals and values that eat out in not eat out the na be hobe kaya bakani because the edit out kehonit did a because ko e baby ko do wheat after na hat at ni ta to ko did out so there's did out so there's an inigi baby na did a ko do basic cheat and then inigi baby ka ho baby ni جو خد يدا تيو شين تلاحو ادولي دين ديت اوتن هاز دييغو الا بلاغانا بعد نصح كيس جيت غن حلون دات خد ابي اون شدا تبنا دات تو تشينفو الا نات تاو تا تنا خواغي دات تو اكيد دي تين نان سون دبان تسكيس كدو ايسن سا board members no seniki jonan hit the slot to kodo nan shli jonan of adequila all but one or two of the board members are non-Navajo koko ado shlano ego go kodo the netjin sokesto then kai ba konosen ko elahit not to talk down on the non-Navajo that are on the board because kodo yashtido khasiki sits on nadsko kodo ahi jiyutkishit no tabaya that ni tida ko hot eden hibish hiten en diniki yego ashini do joshi betil nisten hadende but hot ende kodo on hinch kid board members no diniki and I really want in the next month, it will probably be a month or so, that I would like to hear a response back from the board members to not just only to the Resource and Development Committee, but to the Navajo Nation Council, because Yego Ade did Len Hata of Sheta of no Kodon that in Kodo Council do RDC members Alayin Halanda say a corporate Nashisa Hashan Hitch and Hashtaho. Shown the nan shabaka of non hit the zero because there's a lot of avenues and a lot of resource and equipment that we have equipped with the Navajo Travel Utility Authority because on it you could the other enterprises don't have you could limited sovereign limited waiving of sovereignty that all you got to do is notify the council. Other enterprises don't have that luxury, and then other 1.5 billion debt service and loan kodon hitchabit need ko elahit hit ala ben das nishko kodon here edit up in the short never cut the chat that no enough source and then the policy hit up in DJ ko this sheet the that based on what haki RG ki kodo ashot na be bakait or what needs na don't need ko kodon into infrastructures which is okay, and I say that, which is okay. But what about Navajo people that continues to need power line or water line? Asia, ilakit aban sokesla, koko dempe yastito by yastit. Koko, I would really discourage into aid to really look at the solar projects, but more of a power line project. Light Up Navajo, yes, it's a cooperation and coordinations to bring people onto the Navajo Nation from off the reservation. I mean, why does our Navajo people continues to wait until next year to get their electricity? But wait that case. You get another shit out of electricity that you can't. You get another shit out of the underwater. But you hate it, but you have blows it out of that you can't. And you must not hit she other appetite. Now the she could also have a kid that has stayed. Joe Bate listen go call Elahit on she out of the Jane Dilligan hit Nabby and so case la a call quaggy geese shit other a shit and Nagi Baban such case of by yesterday quaggy carbon much good as showed it on hit the Schnebanan hinish car. Halit Allah Hanana Sido Halit Ahnatis Halit Ash Neban night this car. What are a Kodo sister Zido being Hanasi only Adon hit yes hit hit other a such into Laki century and shipping Hohodney in the now canto job but do capitalized or Asia Kodo board members of Senegin hit the name Yenigit assured but that's Sito but that of Zito but I could a Kodo in on show Kodo Nan Yenigit a lot of bit but that all it all lot of power line which Hoda need and they quite I don't thought power line, bills that haki sabab and that the audience the snow that they go blagan that it wishing that lakudo electricity bug and that is get bills about and that is not the buy that you can lay it on it and then give it other baby and see case and so on such case a call what ego is just a zero chairman board members the key what labor another matter other not so other yard and ki the dashing it could not up in each hand has thoughts has thoughts and again I do appreciate the report, but it doesn't I guess come to my satisfactory of how the report was given by the board based on how the situation are at all 110 chapters across the Navajo Nation. So that I believe that our board really needs to get out here to the community and really make the assessment of how our community are living across the Navajo Nation. Window is more like a modern, up-to-date town in a way. But if you start going out to the rural part of the Navajo Nation, we have a lot of our Navajo people continues to haul water, continues to buy other essential items just so that they continue to live. But I'm sure some of them don't really mind living in the old ways. But nonetheless, with this funding that we're receiving, I would say 99% of it should all go directly to our Navajo people, not to the enterprise, not to the government, but all the way down to our Navajo people. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Ms. Arvizo,
Yes, Mr. Chair, I understand Navajo. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Kialan Begay. As Mr. Sidney Dietz stated, that we do hear and understand your frustrations. We do, and we would like to serve every single Navajo on the Navajo Nation. However, we are limited. We can do the best we can to make these utility decisions in the best interest of the Navajo Nation within the limits of sound, responsible business judgment. We have to keep that in mind because, yes, we are an enterprise of the Navajo Nation, and if we do extend a power line to every single Navajo home that does not have electric, for example, earlier it was given that 15,000 homes do not have electric, with an estimated cost of $55,000 per line. That would be about $825 million to serve all the 15,000 customers with electric only. And so we are responsible to make these tough decisions on how are we going to serve utilities across the entire Navajo Nation. And sometimes they are difficult, and we have to stay with those bounds, because if we do spend money like that, we are using the Navajo Nation customers, the Navajo Nation people's money. And if we start extending these power lines to each customer, then we're going to have to raise rates. NTUA has not raised rates for about 13 years. That has been one of our primary goals, was to keep the rates low. We understand that the Navajo Nation people, 38% live below the poverty line. And so we've got to consider that as well. And so all these things have to be delicately balanced in order to provide utility services, and we have been doing that over the past years. NTUA is operating in the black now because of these management decisions that have been made since our general manager Walter Haas has been on board. And so our audit report also comes back with no audit findings. And so these things have really put NTUA in a good position across the nation. And you also mentioned that NTUA shouldn't be looking at solar. We should concentrate primarily on electric. But remember, we had to look at other ways of providing or covering the cost after we lost our big coal customers, and that decreased the revenue. If we did not do anything else, our rates to our customers would have skyrocketed. They would have been paying like $6,000 a month, and we know our people cannot afford that. Therefore, we had to be innovative and creative and try and figure out how we're going to keep the cost down. And doing utility scale solar development has been very, very good and a worthwhile investment. That has allowed us to keep the rates down. Another area that we have been able to reach into is the communications, providing cell service and broadband. Without these two, solar and broadband, there would be no way we could keep our costs down.
Ms. Arvizo,
so,
could you pause? Yes. Ms. Arvizo, could you please pause one moment, please? I believe someone's phone needs to be muted. There's some echo in the background. So please mute your phones or turn off whatever distractions there are around you. So, Ms. Arvizo, you may proceed.
Okay, as I was saying, we have been very strategic and very creative in how we have been keeping the Navajo Nation's utility company at its best, so that we can provide the services across the Navajo Nation. And so that completes my response, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arvizo. Could you provide a rendition in Navajo now? Too much?
I'll ask our other member, Mr. Holgate, if he can provide that in Navajo. Thank you.
We'll just move on now. Honorable Walker. Honorable Walker.
Honorable Chair, this is Ray Holgate. Honorable Chair.
Mr. Holgate, we just need to keep moving on. So.
Okay.
It's okay. Honorable Walker, you're next, sir.
Yes, can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Walker, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chairman and committee members, although our staff that's with us on this call, although Speaker's Office and Legislative Council, although the listening audience, other presenters though from NTUA, the neck at your yes, the neck at your dog, get the shting. The neck at your sad a len, so cut the shtig, the grass and the aquat yet, and the neck at your lebe started now. Or your thought, the bandit, Niki, a dog the gun like catcher. be yatni tio able gana kitchen sahakis or kilgido beso that egi ajishi large na yin that kwa eben nach yatti ban sahakis yatti the neck echo we joy about the how no ina ato a muscle that is a dark by yatti caught the toss a catch yan saski has she be nada ni ajit a large by yatti of the gun like echo how kwa ban saskis the gun at the neck etching his heart or see no is she what ban si kiso isn't into you benahat aki John na kizishina select Alan begin niki ayat the neta dashite han it was toshing what eda the nebaya just kill Zada do then what the name that you hanan the nebaya ki I could the nebaya did but I had the land never check and now the legation the nebaya ki ancient dance Iban it over this so the presenters from NTUA appreciate the information and the presentation provided all afternoon here, just listening and paying attention, listening carefully. And I think I understand the information, and also listening to my my leaders, my colleagues, though our Navajo people. I think always in the back of my mind there, our people in the always, not a day goes by without thinking about our people. So, but paying attention also here to the discussion and priorities at hand, priorities that are before us, out of the opportunities that we have with funding called ARPA, the law itself, and then the resources that it holds, the funding, then the opportunity, what can be, what it could be, and then what it should be. In the meantime, back home here, Western Agency, some of my communities have convened this evening, talking about their needs, their issues, their concerns, their anxieties, their stresses. Right now, what we're talking about is being discussed at a local level, the local version of what water needs are, water restrictions, water rationing. That was mentioned earlier, the need to have that. There is an absolute need to have that. Although the water, that's the consumer level, at that level, Joko listening to the elders, there's a lot to be concerned about. So if we could have NTUA respond to Coal Mine chapter this evening, I would really appreciate that. That community could hear firsthand what it is that NTUA is looking to as their steps, the actions they've taken, and then the steps they continue to take as far as water conservation in the interest of everyone. And then, of course, like my colleagues here on the call mentioned a number of times that as elected officials, elected leaders, people look to us with high expectations sometimes, maybe many times, maybe all the time. So we're expected to solve the drought problem. We're expected to have a hand in solving the climate issue. although the livestock needs, and then the drying conditions of the land, the forage. Like we're expected to be part of the solutions there, even what nature does, Mother Nature. We can say, well, we're just elected, we're like everyone else. And in reality, we do have the ability to help with advocacy, seeking resources, and then empowering our Navajo Nation, our entities, our programs, departments, divisions, and our enterprises, empowering them more to provide more support, more resources. That's what we can do. I think that's what we're talking about here as leaders, as council members, as the oversight committee over the enterprises. To do that, we can look far and wide or listen to the enterprises. And I think they know what they're talking about. So I think sometimes they're merely asking for understanding and support of what they have the ability to do, the ability to respond to the needs. Ada. So without the drought, without the excessive heat conditions right now, the depleting water supplies, without that, outside of that, we just got through, we're like at the tail end of a dangerous pandemic. That was something we don't ever want to go through again. The impact has been very, very harsh, very tragic. So we're in these kind of times right now, and I think now's the time, like the opportunity to come together, to unify, to be supportive, to be encouraging, to be looking out for each other. I know the frustrations are out there. People are demanding, attention. They want to hear they want us to hear their concerns, their complaints, and their grievances, but they're necessary. I don't think people are sitting down just to, say critical things of their nation, of their government. There's a need for them to say that, and it's just not venting. Over in one of my communities, they're meeting together this evening, talking about water needs, and I wouldn't do this on, in a forum like this, but there's a need for NTUA, water resources, to call them and communicate with them. So that's out of respect and just understanding my part that I make this request, that there be a call made to coal mine community. I would really appreciate that. The community would appreciate that, and it would go a long ways to help the situation calm down some people. Although the areas that I represent, I always say is on the council floor or during these committee meetings or wherever there's an opportunity. I represent areas that are mountainous, the rocky terrain that's out here, beautiful area, close to the beautiful mountain, the peaks, the Goslead, I see Yahoo, so it's hard to build roads, maintain roads. Although the water line construction is a huge challenge with the ECHO, and I'm sure it is with NTUA constructing power lines in our region, in our area. That's ongoing. That's our land. We're there to stay. Somehow that has to be dealt with. Recently, on a call with INDOT, NECA, I did mention in an encouraging way where it's going to be worth it if they invest in equipment, machinery that can cut through, the rock bed. Although the mountainous area is, of course, volcanic layers of rock and material right below the surface. I do communicate frequently, regularly with NTUA management, and I appreciate that. But although our district management level, Del Kanja, John Curley, was good to hear his report. I can vouch for that. I would like to reach out to Tuba City, Mrs. Richards, the manager over in Tuba City NTUA, to also have some, meetings and discussions on the needs of the communities that I represent out there. I mean, it's okay as delegates. We should probably talk about everyone's needs out in the Tuba City district, not just the ones that I represent, but everyone in that region. In Kindan, at RDC level, all the district that have reported, NTUA is a company of the Navajo people, and some of us look at it that way all the time. It's not like they're on their own, and I have to, see that that's a whole separate entity or enterprise. All the enterprises, they belong to the Navajo people, and it feels good to see the work that they do. It feels good to see the progress that's being made, and it's good to see that they solve some of the problems that have been out here on the nation for decades. I was really glad to see, one of my communities receive more than a dozen homes receive electricity for the very first time. It took a long time for that community to save up on right-of-way, paying for the right-of-way. So that the CARES Act funding came, because some of that was applied, and it took care of that. What was we were deficit in over 100 grand. That the CARES Act funding came in and covered that, and in no time at all that power line was constructed. You drive by the area that I'm talking about, you see lighting, and it makes me feel good to see that. That's there to stay. That's permanent. And the only thing that needs to happen is more lights, I guess, more homes to be served after more homes are built. So that'd be 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road. And I would gladly remember at that time, when we get to that point, looking back and say this was a year that happened, and a lot of challenges, a lot of issues, a lot of tragedy. Despite that, we made progress as far as infrastructure development. Chairman, Resource Development Committee, then other delegates are on the call, presenters though. So, I showed the coal mine go to the Nanka, but he's done I dash Casalin, Jean Bandawil, Joe Hot Echo, Joe Hot Echo, Nayago, and a hot you. Jean Yaki, the Tata, Ado, Biga, the quiz of the Hatatsi. I see, but the hot Niki Hatsi, hot under Jean Hajon and that Yakonizi. Yo, hot and hello, but the hot children. Shanam Dako,
Quiet. Ciao, Agiba Hinson, Chairman. Yes, thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. I guess what ego kuna ba khainti kodo into a but sa ni lido hot the nebanan ani long the nebayel the net la nine zenki kodo it has ani papa hadil ego be the unishti enterprise ki ako I say honorable members of RDC and Hakenson hot in a big yes kito na dos kito kodo hot out late neniki kisnan it ensign to such a need and it ako kodoi ha did Alicia Richards. I say ha kodo Mr. Ray Holgate but then han at the neck at your nature had out so Mr. Holgate. Oh yeah, there's none. Honorable Chair, Mr. Ness. Kodoi ya so I get. So ya the management board can have these mission statement not ya. But Francis Keski what of this like it no that advantage ko did the next get the next but utilities of yage especially to natural gas nana sto institute and network cell towers, so broadband, technology, no, yes, Ado, utilities lead to a cut infrastructure, you cut. Oh, Bantikas, goity safety, then get out of the snake machine, not as lot of this. Hana machito. Service in the Hajo has state eco. The utility provide the Lishala, so you but at Holland provide the basic cheating linear ye bahat Nana 22 linear so basket Nana store natural gas to that airport. Nana is not reliable, not by HT. See the customer is the managing hardly hickey. But adolescents don't get a capacity $3. In TA could also $3. It says no. Anabella is so affordable. Because like the thing of it. Best non snap by needs in the shot. Of course, the chair you had seat or the vice chair you had seat. But he has anti the nail. But Aban has chairs or seats in the Benny Mistron. A cohort. Another no store. You get the name many. These services need to show us. It's that effortless need stuff. Customer service just eat. Beta beast. Oh, it is anti-quados and handbag. She, Aisha, customer service in the question interact as me. When the not art, she has not job, like this house. So, yet, when that is that it up in that hospital. Hati yard and in hot dog and a yard for yard so customer service survey to Eben is not next though. So, yeah, share that art such then he's not net. Hala Nazashi, do art so.
Satagata. The Navigation also service territory. The you when shipping lay pagers on the sugar. Those not to those you take it out. Only cramp at the office. Say ship that the side del condo. On me, the feet are circus. Go. Then Tago Siat Eta. To management board in Glendy, HE. So, yes, what are creature other seats, these are store. So, you had three store. He did the general manager. You have see, yeah, to management team, see, yes, which is Aaron Handbad. Then see quite key down for Edel, kept Edel in Anant and Hanant. Epen a yard or that Zaden had I just shut out his Sasha. That's a bit in not the shit done that they eat and even just in the little no. In a art age had because she managed in the quella quite need to know that it had to see. But what management board is Leko. The net I see a question, just help with Mr. Yoti need the past party. Of course, me, Chairman Teacher, Dido, Vice President, Vice Chair, or Viso, you have three so. That's a bad land honey, and hit an advocate, you sort of bad is instant. I don't say yes. I had what's that? I'm going to a matter of time now. Each individual concern, she owned the gay hat. They had something and she out of the tone. Nana, TV trade store. Hajot, Bahato City, she concerned the Shasha of Fito, Desmond. Mission Asa, but it was unhot next door. They seem to be in this is got in the sheet store. Of course, I have a test as Andy German names. Here, Sago, Mr. Holgate, Otto, non-nations, into your age, board members and long non-nations. And any give I hear when what on each and Heinz at the neck catcher. Saka, attention later. Halate out and oh, you and that, Nashko, Zad, Koro, Yitten long. Saka, go to the Inter. Sashin what I need, Edo to the Koro behind give I hear when Sashia needing the Nebazad, Bessendan, and the Nebazad. They did at Oiki that 18. What and what out attended Nebazad, Bayan, with what our hands give by Helen. Asians all get at Essence and a Hatsozi, Joshin and non-Spahans and other Mr. Holgate or here. But Hunza or Kitchen and I said that's a night of kid. Are there any other questions or comments, honorable colleagues?
Delegate Begay.
Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay. Go ahead.
Okay, Nana, Chair Naz, I wrote our RDC members. I wrote ETA workers, though. I assumed I'm pretty sure the district manager is still on the line, and then as well as Mr. Kuntz, deputy manager. Could only been I just kidnapped regarding the right of ways, but I know that we're fortunate. I feel good about my community that they received some electrical power lines. About here, I know I think board members, I don't know how much you encourage district managers and NTA employees, the expectation, the way the mission and is stated. I don't know that there's a mission, and then there's a goal, and then a customer satisfaction. Because it will satisfy that actually just about case if you look at it, a lot of times, that just only the customer service part of it, the next issue to direct them. A lot of times, I don't know how to Navajo Nation the process. GU that I home the data and other Naka alcohol. Is it customer service? If you know what the process to that, you give that phone number to them. In your phone national. In your episode in Navajo Nation, all you need to which on here to help as a customer service. They can call the call number. They have computers. They can go through Google it to get the person's name instead of just saying going there. The Navajo Nation as on the conduct other and the kitchen no other and that is argue sounding and wrong with them that power line in the Chicago to each cargo on Chicago. Shema, you can't school. The Dalcon dog was a power line in the water line, known as the Yidopugan. Even here, you as no a Shaban and a competition. Then, Arabuka or what you don't hit in the Navajo Nation up on no. Just a survey on at the nature or they have that. A measurement to the hardest line or he would balance so you can other measure so you can and then you can calculate that right there. You can that this. I don't let the new customer law at the had the daily so quite this. Especially though it's hard to on and Chicago, you can and it could get it here. He could other not so it that day is the spouse of any kind of tender in that can because Celeste Jonathan. I see a year but Hajin short here. These kind of also date unhandled. You have a phone there. People can if you know that there's a process of that Navajo Nation, the not so instead of just giving it back to the chapter over here, so that's a go elderly. So I quite get this got board members of Senigi, so shit as begin no eco. Did Shinani chairs Ned. The next need at the next at the Yadaki at the state see. We had to honor them, we had to respect them. The only hard the 8 Hadia to is Kada. I quite is the very best how I had no attend even now. I think you guys need to encourage your district managers at the Hatia in next year that's your best head or this there. So I is setting this example. Because these and this talk around the touches in Digi Toto, because it has been basically around the because it's not that Yada Tio in the journal, the naked it he. But I have not know that it that Hagi best. So one my last question is going to be is that board members of Trinity safety there's an incident that happened. That never that those people I heard about it that day that happened. The Navajo Nation Council, the Christian Council, they're okay. But in the real life, could not they're still out there. Since the internet, I thought I was the head. How are you helping those people? Or I would say that all management, people they need to be reevaluated, all the journeymen. I know that some of them, I know them, they cannot climb now. These journeymen can only do security lights. They don't know. I think you guys need to look in there as board members. Thank you.
Tele, Honorable Elmer Begay. I see now and the neck at you can go. Always enjoy listening to you. Let me give the time back over to Mr. Holgate.
Yes, Honorable Chair, Mr. Nays. So, Mr. Begay, Honorable Council Delegate, Solicitor, Shady retires. Me, Kate Bahin, Sigis, the Dutchman, it is Nigiti Management Board on Kehol, only Nahandan Machine Management, to directors. Me, Okohot, E.D., Nichin Hansela, the way he had head after. But Aban teaches. Nana sto. Do you that I see could non connect. At Apahas privacy will be what I can say. A quacky sipping at the talk different. Nana stop the test investigation do a at the net. But quacky yachish here put as the tornately so that all yet management Lenito Bandal she leadership as a that is ito nana sto as the injured as a because under pa hanya to hot up and is honesto. Ati nasni na to ta sukui tasekat. An hindi to hindi kata jodi a best ne de best in the wheel. Kada na khirob an. Of course, today you see quite a spell to this when you get hashtag it and the sheet are abajina hunta. Oh, behan ko the management board need lini. Needs actually better than is though. That are ko yaha hunta, the figure which a great go. That are long to see after this safety lending. Create by height. Eat out. Nanish Asleheki. Bikahota Nishiki. Safety plan on the Hato, job plan, Lenny. Nana thought safety process. Eat a yaha pantas nishiki. Nanishiki. Oh. Naka Holiado less. They had not a heki. Nana Benan hit a tin, Benan hint tin training. Eiropanha, Ben Hanyado less. Nana Niki roll licky at Ishin be qualify or Sagi be the Yego but Loni the National Machine, his husband. Hit specialty training or sa PPE that hegi. Joti hot the initiative Nazla. Back when the Santo Shunos enjoyed up the Gilki. Aho Ahis. Dash a late a hat. She is that to see her up here. It has to see so that large. Ako ani ba khanyan kito ya tahunan si ati nisle khashin nan si yahaki everyday yahaki tahuwa na tasto CTA ya besi si jot abelje iski to okot ko ya pa to to tato ni to te hot jot abji apsi na aston an sinas si to ata khosia be your brother's keeper jot abji apsi akho khit yet ta si hot ni to yet si sta hosbanda o pa kun go ya na te go ya khashin so shi na hagita to is do osniki na shi sto ta za khat kita sto ta to bitaba osni alayya hasni ki jot at o na hadat akho do ban si kes o khot egi akho has angi khana la shi ye go titla to eda ta ye go tita la chokit for the rest of their lives she does matas ando le chot egi akho the hitish ado late hajove ki is ben is one do ba yat ko shi asha di kede da to is out ego to le chot ashi sa do le the ye go ta hui ya to the last best na fa to ni chi jo to hat ade ba this chanan ta
Ako Sheila, Mr. Holgate. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions? None. Ako Sheila would like to say thank you to the board members, Ado, the staff that are on the line from the different various districts. And also the last topic we have on the agenda, I had asked Honorable Daniels to provide a brief report on this, but Honorable Daniels has been losing reception on and off. So his $32 million legislation that NTUA is proposing is currently at the Office of Legislative Counsel. As soon as it's complete the drafting, perhaps it'll come before RDC and other committees for approval. And to finalize this $32 million request that I believe is from the leftovers of the CARES Act. So, are there any other questions or comments? Our recommendations today, we have spoke of all the projects that were presented to us and how to streamline these process. Tomorrow we're going to be meeting with Navajo Land Department, General Land Development Department, as well as Historic Preservation Department. So we will be discussing within that one-stop shop the rights-of-ways and service line agreements and other topics that we would like to ask about to move some of these projects along for our Navajo people. One of the concerns that I had that Mr. Conch responded to was, we would like to allocate money for rights of ways. whether we give it to NTUA or a separate entity to oversee the rights of ways, that would really benefit also not only our Navajo people, but to expedite the process. Rights of ways, the nation could benefit from this ARPA as well. And I think and a lot of these projects our people are in dire need of. Somewhere someone will come up to you and say, I really need some electricity for my home. I haven't had water since I built my home 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 50 years ago. So these are a lot of the areas that we really need to prioritize these projects with the ARPA funds. It's the one time that we may receive 1.8 billion from the federal government, and we really need to utilize this money for our people to get these needed services. Moving forward, tomorrow we will also receive an update when we have our meeting with the Land Department, Mr. Halona's shop and Ms. Yazzi's, and also Mr. Begay. And NTO understands our position and knows our concerns that are brought to us from our people, and so they know where our heart is at as far as having these services for our Navajo people. So if not, we'll turn the closing statement back over to Mr. Kuntz. Mr. Kuntz?
Thank you, sir. We appreciate the opportunity to work through these items with you. We made a commitment to be open to meeting with chapters and delegates, and we will honor that. We owe a couple of written responses. We'll circle back and make sure that we get those items done. I do want to thank the committee for my district managers are not used to this venue and they don't normally do these types of things, but thank you for treating them well with courtesy and patience. I do appreciate that, and we thank you for the opportunity again. So we wish you all a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuntz. I believe we're at the conclusion of our meeting. It is currently 7:12, and with some of these legislations going forward, we can make amendments or just really support the project for our people. Have a good evening. Stay safe still. And thank you, Honorable Daniels, for supporting the tourism that our people out at the different areas, the vendors and everybody else. And I was glad to hear that the president signed the legislation today. So do take care of yourself, and may God bless all of you.